why you scared. They over the hilltop, I see them right there. They'll wait for the kill shot, they'll sit and they'll stare. If we got a real shot for us, it's up there. We're hopeless if we stop, they'll kill us right here. Living in death's den, run through the best winds, storming the front gates. Whatever gets us in, whatever gets us over, whatever helps us win, whatever we must do. Rescuing our kids, as long as they get through it, don't matter if we live. God chose to bless you, I'll take all that death gives. I'm into this war ends, in memory of dead friends, hope of a new way when all of this death ends. Who can we call on? It's me and it's all y'all. We're here by our lonesome, nobody to fall on. Flesh in the dirt, fire to ashes, fate getting closer every moment that passes. Running to where? No one is there, no one to save us, nothing to spare. How can I change what? We landed here, it's not the same sons, this is despair. One of us came up, none of us cared. They want to change up, life isn't fair. It's how we made, huh? Now you aware. It's why you fear us, this why you scared. Show me a safe place, does it exist? It must be a wasteland where nobody lives, that nobody knows of, where nobody's been. Where we at is warfare every time you can get. What you can't get is real love and fucking respect. Set up for failure, a life of neglect. If none of us stand up, we'll live with regrets. If we rise, we might die, I call that a good death. What would I live for if I am oppressed? How can I raise up with the world on my chest? Who's gonna save us if you and I rest? They shoot us in cold blood when under arrest. Lock us in cold cells, consider it home now. Cut off from emotion, our feelings are stone now. Our buildings are blown out, the madness is so loud. It's dark and there's no sound, we gotta go now. Running away, no one is there, no one to save us, nothing to spare. How can I change what? We landed here, it's not the same sons, this is despair. One of us came up, none of us cared. They want to change up, life isn't fair. It's how we made, huh? Now you aware. It's why you fear us, this why you scared. The illness is prevalent, natives malevolent. Hunger, starvation now, no hope for a heaven sent. Kiss the babies goodbye, say I love you to wives. Grab your weapons, get your steps in, we gon' ride when it rise. The sun mean what when it's blinding your eyes? Put the wind to your back, leave them facing the sky. Put the pain in the dirt, raise your bloody fist high. Use your brain, do the work, strategize and survive. The rush of the dust up, the thrill of the gun bust. The satisfaction of our reaction when there's no one to help us. The spoils of war, the hunger for more. The passion of how we smashing what we hate through the floor. The rage, the loneliness of dead on the page. To cleanse this land, gotta burn more than just sage. Crush the cage, body and soul unafraid. Kill them all and set them ablaze. No running away, no one is there, no one to save us, nothing to spare. How can I change what? We landed here, it's not the same sons, this is despair. One of us came up, none of us cared. They want to change up, life isn't fair. It's how we made, huh? Now you aware. It's why you fear us, this why you scared. Hanging from a thread till you dead, cause your partner put a price on your head. Cause your chick was laying up in his bed, she getting details, spitting every word that you said. She working retail, thirsty bitch just trying to get ahead. If history tell us anything, y'all both end up dead. It's just a street tale, a fable, some shit someone said. Sit at the table and hope there's more to offer than bread. Pulled out the cradle, first steps you getting chased by a fed. No head starts, just body parts and lead sparks. Old religion, brand new hate and weak hearts. Oligarchs, krakens, dragons, you see sharks. Imagine you could manage to maneuver the deep part. You a savage, you can have it, just show how your teeth sharp. If you could grab it, you could stab it, just aim for the bleeding heart. The ones that show compassion, the soldier that seeks art. Does the artist that wage war, take over or take part. Taking a knee, thinking no one faithful is me. I'm good people in bad lands, no evil live within me. I mind mine, I'll survive, find this lands for the free. If I'm mistaken, I'm forsaken, no one rescuing me. Residual effects, straight bullets through familiar necks. For any number of infractions that I deem disrespect. Your beliefs, you deserve better, but we both in the shit. You just haven't come to grips with it yet. Fight or flight, and they ain't really nowhere to go. If your back is against the wall and you ain't throwing no blows, you gon' crumble in the rubble, become blood in the snow. If you a victim, they collect them, grab the body and go. Dig them and ditch them, total disregard for the soul. Gas them and lit them, watch the flesh burn in the glow. Where we live and catch a shivering, it's a hell you don't know. Your best hope is that your dying ain't slow, or your dying's a show. Where we at, it's every man for his own. A bloody backdrop, where killers just zone and slice flesh to the bone. Masked and gloved up front of your home. A flash of gun, but the side of your dome. Fresh blood from a stone, dents in your sense. Kick your fucking ball through the fence, dare you to say something. No sense in sitting around in suspense. Find out what's next, open your fucking mouth, disrespect. See the extent of how my life is intense. She beautiful and oppressed in a permanent summer dress. She a servant and still she blessed. Children cradled against her breast, whispering prayers, wishing their souls the best, knowing that they forgotten, not forgetting they're blessed. The bloodiest red lights, just piles of dead life. Something must be broken, the glyphs wasn't read right. You think them Bible papers will shed light? Yeah, right. Burn after reading, tell the preacher I'm leaving. I'm gone. Salute, salute, salutes. Welcome back to Shy Ill Reacts. I am your host, Shy Ill. On this lovely Friday evening, hope everybody's having a great night. Y'all could have been anywhere in the world, but y'all here kicking it with me, so salutes to you. I appreciate you. What is poppin', y'all? Salutes. What's going on out there? Fade to black. What's poppin', y'all? Shout out to the chats, both of them. All right, everybody's in the building tonight. We hanging out for a little bit. Hopefully y'all hear me clearly, and everything's gravy, baby. All right, salutes Young Jizzle on the check-in, the newest member of the members. Salutes to you. Thank you for coming through, sir. All right, let me get to the chat right quick. Let's see what's popping. Ivan made his way across the border from the vertical to the horizontal side. I seen it. Salutes. Shout out Eddie Jimenez early in the building today. Got his notification. Good for you. We're not going to call it by name no more. We're just going to call it the Tube. We're going to talk about their ass today too. All right. Salutes to y'all. All right. Eddie Jimenez got his notification, so that's a good thing. Shout out Crash Out. Appreciate you, sir. Shout out Vernon Himes. Appreciate you, sir. Young Jizzle, the newest member. Salutes to you. Appreciate you. We will be giving away 10 memberships. Again, the YouTube, I said their name, the Tube, they give it to whoever they feel they want to give it to that's been on the channel for however long and done however comments or this, that, or the other, or it's at random. I don't know how it works, but they give me 10 to gift every month, and I'm going to gift those today. So salutes to y'all for being here. I don't know who's going to get them. Maybe it's somebody in the chat. Maybe it's somebody we ain't heard from in a year. We'll see how that goes. I'll make sure to drop it in the suggestion box for YouTube to cut the shit. So salutes to you, Young Jizzle. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you for becoming a member. Salutes. All right. Boom. Salutes, Jonathan Pantoja. Appreciate you, sir. Jonathan posing a question to all the sneakerheads out there. What's your favorite shoe? Doesn't have to be a Jordan. Just what's your favorite shoe? Salutes. All right, shout out Zoraida on the check-in. Friday Night Live. Friday Night Live. Y'all remember Friday Night videos, or did I age myself? We Friday Night Live. Let's get it. Salute Guero on the check-in. Yo, what up, Shy? Like always, salute your way for going live and wish you nothing but good energy and direction, dog. Salutes to you, man. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Shout out 323G, usual suspects in the building. Big Blanc from the old hundreds in the chat. Salutes to you, sir. Salutes to Yael. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. Who else is in the building?
All right, Young Jizzle, usual suspect. Shout out Ivan. Ivan, I appreciate you, sir. Thank you for being here. JFL back in the building. Salutes to you. Appreciate you for being here. All right, Young Jizzle feels like he got baptized. All right, you have been cleansed with the waters. All right, salutes to the horizontal side. I think I figured this out. Boom, we got Chucky Chingong on the check-in. Salutes to you, sir. All right, Adrian Torres, salutes to you. I appreciate you being here. Boom. All right, I think I got that part figured out. We good, we grooving. So I had no plans of going live tonight. That wasn't on the agenda. The agenda tonight was to edit and get videos ready for next week. Crash Out said you jumped off the porch tonight, Young Jizzle, all over again, brother. Salutes. It's unfortunate they clapped us yesterday. Peps couldn't quite choose hers, I believe. Yeah, she couldn't choose her members that she get gifted either. So yeah, I don't think they're gonna let me do that. We did get clapped yesterday, so that was the whole reason I went live today. I wasn't planning on going live, but I was gonna edit, and right before I started editing, I realized that YouTube clapped yesterday's members only live stream. We did a live stream with the members only. There was like, I don't know, 5 to 12 of us in there. And we didn't watch nothing outrageous. There was nothing crazy. There was no shootouts. There was no machatazos. There was no nothing. There was just a couple of Karens. All right, there was a Karen that was out of running her mouth. She got hogtied. There was this long-chested young lady, tetas a la plancha. She was fussing and fighting after she had a car accident, resisting arrest. That's it. We usually watch things on this channel that talk about outrageous situations, children assassins. You know what I'm saying? Children unaliving. Children sexual assault. We talk about all of these things here. We deal with all of these topics here. And YouTube arbitrarily, because I believe it's at random, they say that they have a system of blah, 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 blah. Nah, I don't believe none of that. Why? Because, perfect example, we got a vertical stream and we got a horizontal stream, right? Both of them are live. Both of them are happening right here from this camera, from this microphone. They are going to have the same subject matter on the two different streams, right? But they will have the exact same images, exact same audio. Last time we did this, or one of the first times we did this, they monetized the horizontal version, but not the vertical version. So if you ask me, that just lets me know that it's random. Why? Because it's the same content on two different lives. How is one appropriate and one isn't? So of all of the things we cover here, of all of the rugs and narcotics and all of the shit that we cover here, yesterday we did a body cam that had about at max 15 people in the building, and we got clapped for it. So to me, it's random. They pick and choose and do what they want. Shout out Jessica Chavez on the check-in. I appreciate you for being here. Another member in the building. Salutes to you. Young Jizzle. Jay said it felt like joining a gang. Yeah, there you go. Join the ganga. But yeah, so when I saw we got clapped for yesterday's video, and I appealed it, and they denied it, I said, you know what? I'm not editing shit. They demotivated me. I'll just go live, man. There's a couple of things to talk about that I want to talk about. So let's go live and see what the people is doing. So salutes. Crash Out said, have you seen all the videos of idiots that are going to Top Golf in the suburbs of Chicago and the cops bumped them with guns? No, I haven't seen that. Gotta leave Top Golf alone, man. Top Golf a good time. Jonathan said, Shia, I caught the live before it got clapped, and we are all over the place. You know what? It's still there. It's still there. The members can still see it. It's just demonetized and partially blocked. Just doesn't make sense. It was a very tame live, man. We barely said the word fuck. You know what I'm saying? But the two seems to have it in for me. So they gave it a little clappification. I don't get it. You know, and then it annoys me too to another extent, because I see all these other channels that get the opportunity the moment that a Eminem album drops, or a Kendrick album drops, or this album drops, or this album drops. They could automatically jump on their channels and by mid-afternoon have their reactions out there. I can't have that. You know, I get copyright struck. How they getting around it, I don't know. Is there a license that I have to pay for? Cool. Let the channel starts paying for itself, and I'll pay for those licenses. But if everybody else is getting around it and I'm just getting smashed for it, I don't understand the process here. Again, YouTube isn't a place where you could just talk to somebody in customer service and be like, "Hey man, this is arbitrary." I said their name again. The Tube. The big bad wolf. The Tube. You know what I mean? So I don't know, man. I don't know how to work around those issues. It's frustrating. I mean, there was Eminem's new Slim Shady album dropped yesterday. There's a million channels out there that got it. If I were to do it right now, the moment I did it, boom, clapification, done deal. Videos down, blocked, can't be used, can't be monetized, can't be this, can't be that. There's mad different levels of it. But again, they say it's not a random system. They say that they have humans that are watching and reviewing my videos for monetization, and I don't believe that. First of all, I believe there's too many videos, too long length of a time, and there's too much criteria they're looking for that to be done by humans. Google got money, they ain't got that kind of money. That's number one. And number two, the proof is in the pudding. The proof is I put out the same stream in a vertical format and in a horizontal format. One of them gets flagged and the other one doesn't. It is random. It is random, or it is targeted. That's basically what I got to say about it. I know y'all don't give a shit about it because a lot of y'all don't have channels. I get it. But I just had to give my reasoning for why I ended up going live tonight. And it's because the Tube frustrated me and kind of pissed me off, because I do put in a lot of work in an attempt to get this channel to pay for its own time. That's it. I just want the channel to pay for its own time so I can do what I have to do. You know what I mean? I can't do that with YouTube constantly throwing shit in front of me. I got to come here and change vocabulary, change the words. There's just no free speech on this platform, and they suck the life out of being a creative. A lot of people think this is not creative. See, understand something. My whole life has been a creative endeavor. All right? Making music, film, TV, whatever I'm trying to do, it's always been a creative endeavor. It's something that I had to completely create from scratch. YouTube, I didn't want that. YouTube, I wanted to come watch somebody else's creation or somebody else's debacle and give my unfiltered, unapologetic opinion of it. That's what I wanted to do. I didn't want to come here and have to find creative ways to beat the Tube at this game. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it feels like sometimes. All right? But being who I am, I put the extra effort into it. I put the effort into it. I go hard. You know what I'm saying? I do it like if it's paying all the bills. And they kick me in the nuts every time. So it's like, en que no quedamos? You know? Again, yesterday's live stream, members only live stream, was extremely tame. So I don't even understand what the whole hoobla was all about. I even appealed it thinking, okay, maybe this is an AI mistake. They say, oh, we got 72 hours to respond. 20 minutes later, nah, fuck you. We checked. You're trash. Fuck out of here. All right, cool. Well, fuck you too. And maybe that they don't like. Maybe I'm supposed to sit here and kiss their ass. Oh, it's a free platform you get to do. Yeah, but it's also the biggest platform. If you give me a paid platform that has the same amount of viewers, but I can say what the fuck I want to say, then I'd pay for it. You know what I mean? But they want to say, oh, well, so you got to do what they say. Well, it's getting down to where we got to say what they want us to say. And we got to do what they want us to do. And if I don't do no fake shit and do no dances and no flips, they won't stop flagging videos. I put out a video about a 9-year-old assassin, right? Having a shootout where his 2-month-old sister was killed in this story. Right? That got monetized. That got no flags. That got no problems. I did a couple body cams yesterday that were very soft in nature. They were just people resisting arrest. We got an age restriction. You got to be 18 and over and signed in to see it. Most people 18 and over are not signed in. A lot of people that watch are not signed in. They're just watching. So YouTube is trying to hamper me and trying to, handicap me, but it is what it is. I've always been the business of continuing to try to make it undeniable. You cannot deny me. No matter how much you fucking want to, you can't deny me. I'm stubborn that way. So that's why I went live. So we live. Salutes to y'all. I appreciate y'all being here. We're a little later than usual. My West Coast people is in the building. My East Coast and Midwesters, they probably partying right now. We'll see what happens. Salutes. But I appreciate y'all for being here. Absolutely. But that was my reason for coming. All right, the tube is tripping and they aggravated me. Crash, I say the algorithm reads our videos and it's AI. Yeah, but when you do a request for a review, they specifically say for it to be reviewed by a human. By a human. And I don't believe it to be true. And at the end of the day, what is it? What kind of power does this human have? If I say one thing that they don't like, if I use if I pronounce it tomato instead of tomato, and they don't like that, do they have the right to say, we're just going to deny monetization to this channel and we'll just make up a bunch of reasons why we did, and he don't really know the truth anyway? If there is a human in there that's reviewing it. Because it'll say things like, if you look at the breakdown, it'll say things like, rug use in the thumbnail and the title, and none of that shit is happening. It's mad inappropriate. Like, I mean, it's not. It's just wrong. What they're saying is wrong. It doesn't add up. So that just lets me know it's all bullshit. It's random. It's arbitrary. Jonathan says supposedly musical records are using payola and paying influencers on here to react to new music. Well, then they need to holler at me, and then they need to hire a Liar Cohen, all right, who is an executive at YouTube, right? They need to get at him and tell him to clear my shit, if that's the case, because I'm feeling bullied, man, and there's nobody I could punch back. You know what I mean? Shout out JFL. Shout out, we appreciate your hard work and dedication. Salutes to you, and I appreciate y'all. I really do. I really do. Y'all make my day. When I want to flip this whole shit over, throw this shit on the floor, salutes to y'all for being here. I appreciate you. They should explain why and what you need to fix. Crash out. So they're implementing, check this out, they're implementing now where they're going to give you timestamps and specific reasons, right? For you to fix the problem, right? But I believe you're gonna have to re-upload. It's not something you'll be able to fix within YouTube, right? And I mean, there was some other drawbacks to it. I forget what they were, but cool. Give me the point that you're complaining about so that I can counter my attack. But you're not gonna get another review. I think that's what they said. You're not gonna get another review. So it's all flawed still, but they are going to address it in that way. They're going to give us a timestamp and tell us what their problem with it was. Right? But I don't believe the shit that they, it just seems like bullshit to me. Shout out Zoraida. She says, Shai, great respect for your time and effort and input to the content you provide us. Other mierda you take from El Tubo. El Tubo be tripping, boy. So thank you. Thank you, too, and I appreciate you. Again, it's my pleasure. Salutes. So that's basically it. I keep shooting. That's it. I keep shooting. So there was a couple of things I wanted to cover today. Maybe we'll start with the short subject. Am I gonna record? No, I'm not gonna record. It's too much. I got 2 live streams going on. So salute. Smoke them if you got them. Drink them if you got them. If you're sober, here's a hug for you. Salutes to you. I want to check out something that I saw today, something that I've covered before, that just keeps coming up. And I would like for the person that this is a very simple, rumors go out there. People have haters and people have detractors, and sometimes rumor go out there that's very simple to, to dead. You know what I'm saying? You could dead the rumor very simply. And some people don't do it. Crash, I said 3 years sober. Salutes to you, sir. I appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? Well done. Congratulations. Salutes to you. So sometimes there's very easy ways to kill the rumor, right? And they don't. Well, another video popped up today. Popped up on my radar today. It's on the Panda Chop channel. All right, I'll link the video in the. I'll link the full video in the chat. Well, I'll link Panda's channel in the chat. Let me get this here. Let's see, link as. Open a new tab. No, not the image, bro. Open the link. I'm getting this from Panda Chop News. I'll drop this in the chat. Don't forget, we're going to be gifting out 10 memberships today. Hopefully it's to somebody in the chat, man. We shall see. Salutes. Boom, there's Panda Chop News link right there, the channel that I'm getting this video from. And this video is titled Cuban Link. Fat Joe stole from Big Pun's rhyme book. All right? This keeps coming up. This keeps coming up, and I keep bringing it up whenever I see it because it's kind of frustrating to think, especially being an MC, to think that the sanctity of your own death means nothing. If somebody could take your words and make them their own. You know what I'm saying? So let's check this out. Salutes to y'all. I appreciate y'all for being here. Hundreds up in both chats for y'all. Boom. I'm managing two chats, y'all. YouTube trying to hold me down. Meanwhile, I'm over here pulling hat tricks and shit. Literal hat tricks. Switching out teams and colorways and shit. Salutes. Ivan said we got a flat, no spare, so we going far as fuck to pick up a spare. That's it. No, I cannot pick who gets the memberships. I wish I could. I hope they implement that.
Jonathan Panto just sent $5 salutes. Kill my dude. Thanks for your resilient grind and always being here for us. Finding ways to grow with your quality content. Shooted and blessings to the committed chat members. Like and subscribe. It's free.
Shout out to Jonathan Freeman. Salute Shahil, my dude. Thanks for the resilient grind and always being here for us, finding ways to grow with your quality content. Shout out and blessings to the committed chat members. Like and subscribe. It's free and don't cost you a thing. Salutes to you, Jonathan. We appreciate you. We appreciate your $5 power chat. Salutes to you. You heard the man. Like and subscribe. It is free. All right. Salutes. Yeah, Crash Out. I wish I could pick who it was, but that should be something that they do because, again, if there was somebody that was active on this channel a year ago, right, and YouTube just randomly gives them to people who have a history on this channel, you're throwing the membership away. So on somebody that's not even here anymore. So I wish we can give them to specific people. We can do that. We can gift them to specific people. I believe. I'm not sure. Got to look into that shit too. All right. Shout out Crash Out. He said, Ghost Watchers, hit the button. Salutes. Appreciate you, sir. Shout out to 323G. Hundreds up. All right, let's get to it, man. Let's get to it. Cuban Link, Fat Joe stole from Big Pun's rhyme book, man. If the sanctity of your rhyme book after your death is not, safe, nothing is, man. We're in trouble.
Penetrate.
One thing I thought was interesting is when Psycho Les and Vic spoke about the song "The Shit Is Real" off of the Represent album that they produced.
I didn't even know he did that.
Yeah, they said that Joe's vocals was already there, so there wasn't a real
I think
session
that
like
because
where.
it was label mates more too. Because remember, Relativity Records.
Mhm.
Joe used to be Relativity.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
So for those that don't know the history between Cuban Link and Fat Joe, the history is this: Cuban Link was Big Pun's right hand man. All right, Fat Joe was already a celebrity, was already a star. He found Big Pun in front of a bodega. Pun rhymed for him, blew his mind. Pun always insisted on bringing his team with him to success. Joe wasn't very happy about that. You know, unless it benefited him in one way, shape, form, or fashion, of course. Salutes. So I said never get sold. Salutes. Shout out IB on the check-in. Appreciate you, sir. Thank you for being here. Salutes. So, you know, Joe's focus was Pun. Pun's focus was my team is coming with me, and Cuba is number one on that list. As time went on, they created Terror Squad. They utilized some of Pun's people. They utilized some of Cuban's people, and they formed the Terror Squad. Then Big Pun passed away. After Pun passed away, there was tension between Cuban Link and Joe because Joe didn't really believe in Cuban Link and didn't want him around. When Cuban is absolutely a better MC than Joe. You know what I'm saying? But he was never checking for him like that. They ended up getting into a beef. They got into a fight at the Bronx Cafe, and Cuban got cut in the face, right? So him and Joe's beef, it's a blood beef and it runs deep, all right? Chucky Chingon said Tony Sunshine was dope too. Terror Squad was hard. Absolutely. Let me move this vertical chat. Move it. There we go. Absolutely. I was a big Terror Squad fan. I mean, I had a dog in the race. These were Latino MCs that were worth their weight in gold. They weren't no Rudy Poo ass MCs. They was real deal, you know. They had bars for days and for nights. You know what I'm saying? So boom, these guys end up having a beef, Joe and Cuban, and it's just been gone on like that for 20 years, you know? IB said, I'm driving and ghost watching for the next 30 or so. Salutes to you, sir. I appreciate you. Drive safely. Safe travels. Yeah, they gave Cuban $1.50, you know? So here we are now, and Jonathan said, Flowers for the Dead with Tony Sunshine is a classic. Tony is not on that joint, Flowers for the Dead. It's a different joint. I mean, it's a different dude. Salutes to that dude, though. But once it gets physical, it's a game changer. Yeah, that's a blood beef at that point. And the guy that could have squashed it on both sides is not here. Pun is gone, you know? Flowers for the Dead, for those that haven't heard it, amazing, classic, one of the greatest rest in peace songs ever written. Cuban has some good ones, so salutes to him. Again, so they've been going on years and years of shout out Rodolfo Avalos, shout out from Las Vegas. Salutes to you, sir. Appreciate you being here. These guys been having their beef forever, and Cuban was basically blackballed in the industry. That's another thing that Joe uses in his arsenal of tools. You know what I'm saying? He very much so is in the business of trying to stop your money. And he did that for Cuban. For those that believe that Cuban was not blackballed in this business, you wildin'. You just got to look at the fact that he was always cool with Nori, and Nori won't have him on the show. EFN likes Cuban. He won't have him on the show. Why? Because Joe says so. That's blackballing. You know what I'm saying? We got beef. You own part of the station. All right. You own part of the station, or is that an excuse for you to keep me off of it? Even if you own it, it's a conflict of interest for you to be involved in who gets, you know what I'm saying, on here and who doesn't. Especially if you blackballing me through the whole industry, not just your shows, but you telling other record labels, I'll tear this shit up if y'all deal with him. So Joe pulled off those tactics. So Cuban's been on a mission to scream "fuck Joe" as loud as he could scream it for as loud as he's, for the last 20 years. It's been going down like that. So now here we are. He's with Panda Chop, and he's gonna have this conversation. Salutes.
So they met through that. There wasn't really personal until later on when we got me and Pun, and then we got really like on some family shit for a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
But they had to produce the beat around his vocals though, instead of like him laying it on the.
Before we got to him, the shit is real with my shit. I like that shit. They did a video for.
I think that's the
back in the day.
Yeah.
Back in the South Bronx, at the age of 14, I was already knocking out chops. You think you hardcore?
Cuban had bars. If there was somebody that was after Pun, as far as I was concerned, me being who I was, it was Cuban. Always was. I performed my Pun Rest in Peace songs in front of him a few times.
You wear gold fronts. Faking the funk, kid.
No, What's Love is the song.
Here we go.
Joe.
That's when he was the nigga we liked.
Oh, you don't like the What's Love?
Kid, you be getting up your ass if you ever did a fucking big. See, I like that shit. I can restate some of this shit. That's the
Crash Out, I believe that. Cuban knows all the shit Joe did to Pun, so Joe didn't want it all out. I believe that.
classic Joe. That's when he was the nigga we liked.
Oh, you don't like the What's Love? Got to...
That was Punch It.
What?
Pun wrote.
Boom. All right, how many of y'all know that song? We can't play it because YouTube will get me kicked off the planet. The What's Love got to do with it. With Ja Rule, with Ashanti, the shit that Murder Inc. gave him after Pun was gone, and Joe needed to come up, and Joe needed to get paid, right? Panda Chop just sang that hook, and the first thing that Cuban said is, that's Pun shit.
That classic Joe. That's when he was the nigga we liked.
Oh, you don't like the What's Love? Got to...
That was Punch It.
What?
Pun wrote that hot tub. I mean, no, not the hot tub.
No, What's Love is the song.
The bridge. What was the bridge for What's Love? At the end, the outro.
Put it on me or some shit.
On top of me.
Yeah, that one.
Right? I'm taking my back. That was Pun. Pun wrote that. He was supposed to use that
didn't
for his
What's
song.
Love come out after Pun died though? Like way after?
Yeah, but Pun already was writing that already. Like he had a.
If you go in my book and you take a hook out of my book and use it as a bridge on a song, use it as a hook on a song, use it as a verse on a song, stay the fuck out of my rhyme book, bro. You might as well dig in my casket and pick my fucking pockets of whatever anybody sent to the afterlife with me. You know what I mean? That to me is some despicable shit right there. Jonathan said kind of like Irv and 50, but with Latinos. Absolutely. I mean, blackballed.
Pun had little bridges that he used to always do. Like grabbing my Nina, with you, do.
Right? And I'm sure Cuban knows, just like he knows all the shit Crash Out said, I'm sure Cuban knows and has in his head so many melodies like that belong to Pun that still live in his head because they sat there every day. Chucky said, I hate that. That ain't hip hop. You hate what, Chucky, specifically?
Hey, wait.
Like
that song didn't come out until 2002.
I know that. After Pun passed, I was after Pun passed, but Pun had that it was a fast beat that he was gonna do. Pun. He never got to use it on Yeah Baby album, but he's I'm gonna rain on top of me in the that shit. That was already Pun shit, and Joe remembered that. He added that on the What's Love at the end. Took credit for that too. He let Ashanti do it.
Oh, shit.
He let Ashanti do it.
Chucky said stealing rhymes. Yeah, it's the worst. You might as well open my casket and dig in my fucking pockets, bro.
Yeah, on top of me in the
And that right there, to me, listen, man, I try to always give Joe the benefit of the doubt because Joe was the first Latino in hip-hop that I looked at and said, brother is like me. I could be that dude. I can get to where he got to. You know what I'm saying? So I always try to throw him bail, right? But you got to answer for this shit specifically because I keep hearing this too much. And if you're able to do this, if this is in your character, a lot of that other shit's in your character too. What did he say? I didn't do none of it. Not one of those things is the truth. And then a video came out of one of those things being the truth, which threw blood all over all of the other things he said were the truth, right? So I'd feel the same way about Joe. If I find out that you picking out of a dead man's book to save your ass because you feel like you deserve that, and there was no on paper situation where, and it's different if you grab one line out of homage to, but if you just, from what I'm hearing, he picks out of that book whenever he needs to, or did, to get him the lean backs and the shit that saved him when shit got hard. Joe started off stealing packs, then lyrics. That's what I'm saying, though. It seems like his nature is just, ain't that what we do? We do snake shit and then we lie about it in public. Right? I feel like he surrendered to that. Like, that's gravy. Bruh, if you dug in the man's rhyme book a day after he died, any day after he died, you might as well have opened his fucking casket and robbed him.
That was already punch shit. And Joe, and maybe it was a fast beat that he had that he was gonna do. Pun. He never got to use it on Yeah Baby album, but he's the on top of me in the that shit. That was already punch shit, and Joe remembered that. He added that on the What's Love at the end. Took credit for that too. He let Ashanti do it.
Oh shit!
He let Ashanti do it. You understand? I know that. And everybody
that's crazy.
there.
I've never heard anyone say that though.
Yeah, that's what's the truth. That's the truth.
Another Panda Chop exclusive.
Yeah, that's 100% true. I was Punch fucking Bridge. And he was going to use it as a hook for his song, It's Yeah Baby, but they didn't make it. Because he passed away. And he didn't get to do that.
That shit is fire too.
Yeah.
That's like probably like the best part of the song.
Yeah. It was a song called Camaraderie. Yeah. That was the song. That was a song for that. It was a remix for that he was going to do for his album. I remember that. And he used that. Joe used that and he let Ashanti sing it because, of course, he told her to sing it. And she sung it beautifully. But he never gave my brother no shots on that.
Bruh, that to me, that shit, you might as well sleep with his chick, bro. You might as well slap his kid. You might as well spit in his baby's face. Like, what? You could take a man's rhymes?
And we know that he did that. So,
Damn, man. That's crazy. So when he was saying, like, they thinking that I found Pun's rhyme book, it's almost like, it's like true.
No, you remember.
So to add context to that, there's a line in the song that Joe has where he made his comeback because he felt like everybody thought he was going to fall off without Pun, right? And he said, he's back, and now they acting like I found Pun's rhyme book. Bruh, you just did what Drake did. You jumped in front of the truth, right? You said it first.
Remember Punch Night, bro. That's what happened. That's what happened.
It's like true.
No, you remember Punch Night, bro. That's what happened. That's what happened. And, he mocks things like that so people could, like, stay off that subject. They made a joke about it so people be like, I know he did. He just said that shit to be, what I'm saying, whatever. He just said it to say it. Like, said to make fun of it. Like, he got his own rhymes. No, nigga. You really are from Pun's rhyme book. You stole from Pun's rhyme book. Because, if you'd have gave some credit back and some money back to where they deserve and give them some credit on the actual producer's credits, then you'd have been all right. But you didn't. So we know you don't give a fuck. You know you're trying to steal for money. You're stealing. That's close.
No credit, no nothing. Nothing.
Stealing. Acting like, I forgot. Yeah, I forgot. Just like the jelly bean shit. I was getting jerked too. You're lying. Nobody could jerk Joe, nigga.
Context on that, the jelly bean shit. He said, just like the jelly bean shit. I'm getting jerked too. Because what the understanding was that Jelly Bean and Pun were stealing Joe's publishing. Pun's publishing. Joe and Jelly Bean were stealing Pun's publishing, and for years. And how did Joe get out of that one? Supposedly he let Jelly Bean take the blame and said, man, Jelly Bean was jerking me too. Cubans laughing at that.
Stop
I'm
it.
gonna try to get Cuban on the show. I'd love to have a conversation about Cuban, about other things, and there's some shit that I want to talk to him about. From the past, I've done a lot of shows, mutual shows with him, and I've watched what happened to him. Like he was a big hope for me after Pun, and I saw it all go down. I was in the clubs. I saw his album get bootlegged. I saw promoters that I won't name, that know who the fuck they are. You know what I'm saying? That was walking in there with boxes of bootlegs of Cuban's album, before it dropped, because supposedly Joe had leaked that. And there was people walking into the clubs with, I'm talking about boxes of bootleg Cuban albums. You know what I'm saying? So I'd like to have a conversation with him. I'm gonna reach out to Cuban, see if you want to talk. We can talk about different shit than the shit that everybody else be on his ass about. But this is definitely a conversation I want to have because of the next video that I'm gonna show y'all. Salutes. Crash Out said Joe's a backstabber. It was on New York. Jonathan said, yeah. Now we killing them hard. Niggas said I must have found Pun's rhyme book. Yeah. Joe stole Pun's money and copyrights. Pun's wife never got $1 from Pun's music. I mean, there's a lot of money missing. She has ownership now. You know what I'm saying? But there's a lot of chunks broken up into that history and into that story. It's been a long, 20, 25 years. But it's sad. It's sad. And one side, which I see Joe don't want to take no accountability for none of it. And I'm sure other people are accountable as well, but I think they're more willing to take the accountability than he is. You know what I mean? Salute. Stealing carries no probation. No, man, not a split his shit. You can't just take my shit. Chucky said there's a West Coast documentary called The Good Life with Freestyle Fellowship. They invited Joe. They invited Fat Joe. He got booed off stage for doing a written. The crowd caught it. They was too hard on him. Because they wouldn't have got, X would have never gone in there and done no freestyle either, though. But I get it. Let's see. Let's get this. Shout out Chris. Chris said, if Pun didn't die, who knows how big his career would have been. What? Bruh. A lot of people, Jay's your next comment here. Hold on. You said Jay-Z took Big's rhymes and Joe took Pun's. That's a fact. And the lane was cleared of a bunch of animals. Pun was an animal. He was a problem. Big L was a problem. These dudes was here. They was on their way they was here to take shit. It was gonna happen. Chris said Pun's wife has been trying to get what's owed to her kids. Yeah, she did. She did. They have a settlement. Again, now after that, they're trying. Joe's talked about it on Drink Champs. He feels like the victim. He feels like everybody's victimizing him. And that's why we'll never get a proper Big Pun film. Because he don't want to have his image or likeness have nothing to do with it if Pun's family is the only one doing it, because he don't want them to make him look like a snake in the movie. The shit is the truth is the truth. And if the truth is that you did some snake shit, then that's how you're going to be portrayed in the movie. Chucky said that would be dope. Cuban's hard. He has the Tony Montana tattoo. Yeah, they had that early. Pun had it too. They shared that. Chucky said Pun's son rhymes now, and he's an animal. I got a record with him. He's an animal. Animal. Chris said Fat Joe has said it publicly that he wants an apology from Pun's wife. He said that's the only way he'll do the movie. Only way he'll do the movie is if he gets a public apology from the wife. Well, okay, then let's get a public cleansing, and why don't you let out everything that you did to this dude? What you took. Tell the truth. Crash Out said before she got that, he stole a lot and lied from the beginning, saying he gave her it from the beginning but never did. She had to take him to court. And here's the thing. If she's lying, his actions are the reason I believe her. You know what I'm saying? If she's lying, his actions are the reason I believe her. You doing shit like this, right? Let's finish this video.
You had the Terror Squad boys in that nigga fucking backyard. Come on. I was getting
He's
jerked
talking
too.
about how he couldn't have gotten duped by Jelly Bean because he would have had the whole terror squad in Jelly Bean's backyard.
You know, right, but you didn't. So we know you don't give a fuck. You know you try to steal for money. You're stealing. That's called stealing. Acting like, oh, I forgot. Yeah, oh, I forgot. Just like the Jelly Bean shit. Oh, I was getting jerked too. You're lying. Nobody could jerk Joe, nigga. Stop it. You had the terror squad boys in that nigga fucking backyard. Come on. You try to play a victim on that? That's what I'm saying. That makes him look like he's prideless. That he's this worm. When you backtrack on that and just say the truth, when you start making excuses for that and I'm the victim. Oh my God, this nigga just prides himself on being the biggest gangster ever. Now you a victim? Bad gangsters ain't victims. Fuck you talking about? So how the fuck people believe him? I don't know. You know.
Yeah.
He said, I don't know how people believe him. I don't know. You know what I mean? Salutes Cuban. All right? Salutes Cuban. So that's just one story for those that don't know the background. That's one story in a whole 20, 30-year epic. You know what I mean? Now, if you into dope lyrics and you want to hear somebody new and look for somebody new's catalog, go look up Cuban Link. Cuban space Link. Go look up Cuban Link, man. He got some good music, man. The man was a lyricist. His career was hijacked from jump early. You know what I'm saying? Salutes. Chris said, I think lyrically Pun is my favorite. You could argue maybe the best. And the way Pun's voice sounds on record was crisp and sharp. He quite possibly can be the greatest of all time. He didn't have the people won't give him that. But just on Capital Punishment alone, there's enough bars for that dude to have, that status. I believe that. Salutes. So then I harken back. I use words like harken. I'm a cultured young man, right? I harken back to a video that I did on this channel a long time ago. Chris said Joe still has music of puns. Did you hear Thug Love from Pun and Remy? I don't recall. I might have heard a leak of that a long time ago. All right, so let's check this out here. Because this is a short that I did of Damian Cash speaking to Al Prophet. And the title is, Did Fat Joe use Pun's rhyme book after he died?
It was our first feature. What you think you know, you don't know. You weren't in the circle. We didn't hang with Fat Joe like that. We had a friendship, a brotherhood with DMX. That was the only industry motherfucker we really... I'm not going to take anything away from the guy. It was our first feature. He did a verse on there, and, he pulled out one of Pun's rhymes books. He said, bring me Pun's rhyme book, and it was like a birthday bag.
Really?
And there was writings, unused big puns. If you listen to the verse, which is unreleased, which I plan to leak at some point, you can hear the big pun pattern,
How did they have Pun's rhyme book?
I mean, that's their business, that's their thing,
Yeah.
I don't know the intricate workings of that,
That's interesting.
but he said it wasn't like a secret to bring that book out, What you...
All right. Now, if y'all recall, when I had Damian Cash on the show, I believe I asked him that question, didn't I? I believe I did. I believe he gave the same answer. He said, listen, I'm not trying to discredit anybody. I just couldn't find it, man. I couldn't find it. I could scan through it right now and see if I find it. I just couldn't find it in the interview. Like, where is it? Let's see. Joe talks down on Pun's widow and creates a whole unverified story on a track called Heavenly Father, accusing her of cheating on Pun. That's why he ain't gave her his money. Crash Out said, I see how the kick side. Yeah. That's a light load right there. I'm probably doing inventory and had boxes on the floor. But yeah, that's one closet. But a couple of those gone now. Salutes. Jonathan said, I wish we would have asked Cash that. I think we did, dog. All right? I think we did ask that question. I'm almost positive. I'd feel stupid if I didn't ask that question. You know what I mean? Real talk. And I pulled them up earlier, but I was rushing to go live, so I didn't really scan them thoroughly. So if anybody recalls, or you know, there's a 5-piece, set on Damian Cash, and it got to be in there. It got to be in there, because there's no way I didn't ask this question. There's no way. And if I did, I failed. I don't deserve 10,000 subs. Chris said, look it up if you get a chance on YouTube. Yeah, I will. Salutes. Chucky said, I liked Fat Joe. Jealous One's Envy was dope. 90s shit. Yeah, he tried to play the song. We couldn't hear it. Good, right? Oh, that's true. I did ask the question because he pulled out the song, didn't he? I need to ask him for that song. Drop that shit already. Chucky said, yeah, he tried to play the song. We couldn't hear it good. That's probably why it got cut out. No, but it got to be in there. I'm sure I cut out the music part, but I got to find it. Chris said, if you would have asked me as a kid who is TS, I would have told you Big Pun. Flojo was all right, but wasn't Pun. But yeah, but we had Flojo at a time we didn't have Pun, right? We had Flojo at a time that we didn't have Pun, and then we got... Right? We got Off the Books, and they gave us Pun. And I knew the moment I saw him, this is different. This is not Flojo. This is different. This is the guy. How did he find another fat guy, and this guy rhymes even better? Instantaneously. You know what I mean? So for us older, I don't know how old you are, Chris. For the older ones, though, but we had Flojo when we didn't have no Pun. Pun came later. I think he was quiet and kind of rapped the verse, but not in its entirety, if my memory's correct. Yeah, but I did. So I did ask him the question. So he says it right here. They pulled out.
You think you know, you don't know. You weren't in the circle. We didn't hang with Fat Joe like that. We had a friendship, a brotherhood with DMX. That was the only industry motherfucker we really. You know, I'm not gonna take anything away from the guy. You know, it was our first feature. He did a verse on there, and, you know, he pulled out one of Pun's rhymes books. You know, he said, bring me Pun's rhyme book, and it was like a birthday bag.
Really?
You know, and there was writings, unused Big Puns. If you listen to the verse, which...
And see, me, I'll ask those specific kind of questions, right? To a person like Cuban that might be in the know, right? And if he doesn't know and I ask him that specific question... I'll give you the question in a second. If I ask him that specific question and he doesn't know, but somebody that's watching and paying attention to his interviews that does know will speak up. Because my question is going to be like, do you know anything of a birthday bag? You know what I'm saying? That they walk around with Pun's lyrics in them.
Which is unreleased, which I plan to leak at some point. You can hear the Big Pun pattern, you know?
How did they have Pun's rhyme book?
I mean, that, you know... That's their business. That's their thing, you know. Yeah. I don't know the intricate workings of that, you know.
That's interesting.
But he said it. It wasn't like a secret to bring that book out, you know. What you think?
So it was no secret. It was a party. Just put out Pun's book. See, Chris said I'm 35. That makes sense. You know what I'm saying? So your generation Pun would be number one first, as far as Terror Squad, all of that shit. Flojo, we had it. We knew it. We were there already, you know? Shy, you got any songs with 50 Cent? No, sir. 50 Cent? No, sir. I got songs with Cool G Rap. I had a couple of decent features. Jonathan said he pulled it off on an old phone now that everyone's chiming in. I believe he played it on the speaker. I'm going to see. I'm going to take a look real quick and see if I can find it. Salutes. Sorry, I got these chats overlapping each other and shit, but we get in there. I got rid of the black box. We good. Let me check this real quick. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so, y'all. Let me scan these videos and see if I see a part where he got his... Joe probably has tons of unreleased songs from Pun. He said there wasn't. He says there isn't. They said that Pun was the kind of dude that was gonna whatever he made, he put out. And I could understand that too. But I don't know, but who knows? Maybe he got a stock of a million songs that we ain't heard. Crash Out said, "Yeah, I remember, but we couldn't hear it good." Yeah, so I did it. So that means if he played the song, I must have asked him the question, and he must have co-signed it and said, "Yeah, you can hear that shit." But see, I don't want to say all this must have. I want to play the video of me asking him the question. All right, let me see. I got 5 parts. I'm trying to remember which one it's in. Let me scan and see if he's holding the phone to it. Let me see. Yeah, I wish I would have known that because this popped up right before I went live. I wish I would have known. But I believe I did ask him that question, man. That blows. Let's see. Yeah, we good.
It's yeah, and on the other note, I want to say something
Him
about
and Jay.
framed before I even got home, and that was part of the interview, right? I sure know Kay put Kanye in a headlock, so that means there's a lot of. Oh man!
Maybe right here, maybe.
Join.
Go ahead. Speak your piece, man. With this,
I just happened to join,
so
but
Damien knows. So for the interview's sake, in this private chat, there are only 3 people that are allowed to be in here.
How you doing?
No, maybe it was right before this. Maybe it's right after this, because he mentioned the Kanye shit here.
You know, like what the fuck is she wearing?
Right, you'd say it like anybody else would.
That it was framed was like, this is the rumor, and I was like, well, I mean, everybody's commented about her, and I think, you know.
Yeah, he definitely played it on the phone. So for those, just to have the context, for you to have the context, Young Jizz on the vertical side now too. Hit the like button over there too, sir. Appreciate you. We spoke to him and he said the same thing. He didn't change his story. He said, yeah, man, you know, they pulled out his rhyme book, bro. I didn't know what to think. I didn't know what to, you know, what was what.
You know, and, you know, there's a lot of people will comment on her, but like, you know, anyway, you know, she's in a flight on a movie, like unbelievable Hollywood, the little business that slipped between business,
Absolutely.
You know, and they'll tell you.
I don't know where it's at, and I don't want to look for it right now. So salutes to y'all. I appreciate you. I'll add it when I edit this portion of the video because it's a conversation that needs to be had. But just where the hell did I have it with him? Well, guys, I'm crazy. Just let me give me one more opportunity to find it. Chris said, do you have any of your music on the channel? I do, sir. We play 2 songs at the intro, but there's mad music on the channel, and you could just type in CHI-ILL, and a whole bunch of stuff should pop up on you on Google and YouTube. Appreciate you. Yeah, he played it today with the twins, but he was quiet and shy or sad, reminiscing. So that's the fork in the road. So that's when it's like, all right, it's time.
Rough around the edges. He's been around the streets. You know what I'm saying? You know, I've told the story about X waking us up in the middle of the night while we're babysitting him at the organization have with him or anything around the street. Like, I got to see a different side of a man. Like, people can't really tell me about him. I felt that was wrong, and
I'll plug up.
I think what level, you know, of respect.
So at what point y'all get, you know, y'all,
or, you know, I knew all the promote. My mixtapes moved into the clothing stores, you know, tape called Put Us Together, and then it would for. So I had like real time in the background.
Should be here in the music
It's
section.
like a trading places, Dan Aykroyd and Eddie Murphy, and I go into his and my, because it's like, oh, that's him right there, that's him, that, you know, so it's like you know, even though you're not looking for trouble, you're in trouble because of who you are going to run this shit. I can't even imagine it, any what his family still feels. He's, you know,
Towards the end, right?
like I'm not here to discredit Joe either. Like I was the one.
Right. We got it. We got it. Salutes crash out. He said towards the end, shy salutes. Comes from his rhyme book on a record. And to me,
Yeah.
Fat Joe, and it's like, I that don't know what I'm talking about is. Here we
So
go.
like, man, ain't nobody in the history of Chicago music that didn't make it, that did that level, like, and not made it. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is all like pre even making it. Like,
We all did it on that level and didn't make it.
those were the conversations were just so legendary, so big, so large. Like, um, and then
Did Fat Joe pull out Pun's rhyme book?
yes, he did.
Boom.
It was like a glittery purple bag, and right when he got stuck at a few bars, and he's like, uh, you can hear it. I mean, I might as well pull it up and play
Is
it
that
for
joint
you.
out there?
Nah, it's in my phone though, and I'm gonna play it right now. A little clip.
So
and
for
you're gonna
those
hear
that don't know
it.
what I'm talking about is I did a short maybe a year and a half ago off of a clip that I saw of Damien speaking to, I believe it was Al Prophet. People are always, there's always something about Fat Joe, and it's like I try to stay out of it. But then Damien said what he said. He said, man, Fat Joe pulled out Pun's rhyme book. And I remember people used to talk about that in the hood. But again, I hear a lot of bullshit in the hood. I hear a lot of rumors. I hear a lot of innuendo, shit that wasn't real. And I try to find, what was real and what wasn't, So I hear this. He says, Joe pulls out Pun's rhyme book and used rhymes from his rhyme book on a record. And to me, I was like, that's probably the lowest shit you could do besides taking the ring off a dead man's finger. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how I feel about it because in the moment, you know, bro, you're like, wow,
when it's
this guy's
happening?
about to spit something legendary,
Right.
Like, don't get me wrong, he wrote most of his shit,
Right.
like I'm not here to discredit Joe either. Like, I was the one sitting on the couch with Joe while he's got the Hennessy bottle telling me his son's name is my government name. And like, I like y'all Chicago niggas. Like, man, he gave me great advice about like the angle to take about music. Like, he's a mogul in his own right, bro. Don't get me wrong on why I bring stuff up, but like, that just happening in front of me is like, you can't make that shit up. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he brought it out, uh, this.
Now we couldn't hear it.
BX Shot Town, yeah. Get down with we crack the dawn. Yeah. Gracias.
But we couldn't hear the record. I think I skipped it.
Been ready to AK since the age of 12. This is Prophet, our artist at the time.
Yeah, we can't really hear it.
We'll do something a little more formal,
Yeah, we'll
but
figure it out. Yeah, I just thought that, I mean, it's one thing in homage.
Yeah,
That's my brother. I'm a lace a line on every joint, whatever. But
and it was a couple of lines. It wasn't like, yo, he gave us a full pun. He's like,
he's
yo,
out of
let me give you a little pun. You know what I'm saying? And when he hit it, it was like, yo, you could hear pun. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Blast your side, blast your cash, and your stash will be mine. Shoot your ass from the passenger side. It was straight pun rhyme.
Right.
Like, this is 15, 20 years old, and it's embedded in my brain.
Right.
Like I know it like the back of my,
Right.
I know
word to the
Prophet's
wise
lines
out
the
there.
same way.
I know I ain't do much, but stay away from my fucking rhyme book when I die. All right, everybody that I love, everybody that loves me.
You're funny. Yeah. But yeah, man, I mean, all of that stuff is legendary stories, man. Like, we took some people with us to New York for their.
So there it is. Like, it just he could have walked it back at that moment. He could have been like, that was a misunderstood video. No, he stood on it. And he spit a rhyme. He spit a rhyme that sounds like pun, if you ask me. You know what I mean? Oh, but he was the teacher. Yeah, it don't matter. Don't take the man's rhymes. All right? So we'll keep our eye on the story. I just wish Joe would just address it. Yeah, I use his rhymes. Yeah, I feel entitled. Or no, that never happened. If you lie on it, it's worse than just taking them. You know what I mean? So salutes. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm straight on all of that. All right, y'all. We're going to move on. Hundreds up in the chat for y'all. I appreciate y'all for hanging out with me. Again, we didn't plan on going live today. It just happened. It just happened. Let me see. Would you do a song with Joe or a feature? It's a good question. I don't feel like I'm on that now, but there was a time where I hell yeah, I wanted a feature with Joe. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know, man. I think my morality wouldn't let me. You stole somebody's rhymes that ain't here no more, bro. Like, I don't know, man. You know, I'm trying to weigh that in the. You know, a person wants to have the most eyes on him as possible, right? But what's he willing to do for that? Now I know a lot more history than we just get from these videos about this guy and the way it works, and yeah, I don't think I could. If it came out to be true that this dude is taken out of a dead man's rhyme book, it's like, Jawa, hasta. I'm straight. I'm straight. Snoop and Dre admitted to Jay writing their rhymes on the classic. See, I don't mind. To me, I'm not looking at Dre. Dre is different from Drake. Drake runs around and says, I'm the best, but he got ghosts. You can't say that. Dre's not out there saying, I am the best rapper. I am the best MC. No. He just out there making the best songs. You know, so salutes. Salutes to y'all. I appreciate y'all hanging out. Chris said, who would you want to do a song with? Oh, that list is long. That list is long. I never got a song with Dog. That would have been nice. I would have loved a song with Pun, you know. Now again, another reason, and we can't ignore this. We can't ignore this. Pun. I had a point I was making. I saw a comment, threw me off. Oh, Pun's wife. This was a major point of contention between Pun and Pun's wife and Joe. Right after Pun passed away, a couple years after Pun passed away, his wife was participated in a documentary, and in this documentary, she showed video of Pun being abusive to her. All right, Pun was looking for a hammer in his house. He couldn't find it. Turns out her brother-in-law had moved it, and he smacked her in the face with it. Right? He was abusive. Right? Joe disagreed with her putting that footage out there and felt like, how do you expect me to sell Pun's image after he's gone and feed your family if you putting out videos that are making him look like shit? But again, same as if they would have put Fat Joe in the movie. The truth is the truth. And the domestic violence was not something that Pun did not talk about in his records. He talked about it. All right? These dudes that are real dudes with demons, those demons, they come out and they're spoken about on the records. You know what I'm saying? So she felt like, hey, man, he talked about it, why I can't talk about it? And Joe disagreed. You know? Joe disagreed, and now Joe wants her to apologize because she's accused him of stealing, and he won't do nothing with her unless she gives him a public apology. And it's like, cool, then give us a public confession. Confess your sins, Joe. You know what I mean? Chris said, I didn't know you rap, man. Where can I find your music? Right here on this channel. Google me. Snoop claims to be a rapper, though. Snoop claims to be a rapper, though. Yeah, but again, he's not running around saying he is a rapper. He is an MC, but he's not an MC that's saying, you know, I'll probably go to hell if Jesus asked for a feature. Right? He's not out there saying I'm the number one. No, he's ready. He's there to make a song. You can make, well, let's make a song, and Jay helped them make a song. So to me, that's different. Like, he's not in the conversation. If Snoop were in that conversation with these MCs that be going at it, then I'd understand that. You know. Pun didn't write none of them lyrics for Joe. Pun didn't write none of them lyrics for Joe. Right. Right. It wasn't like him ghostwriting for Joe. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Zoraya said, como dice el dicho, el que calla otorga, in English. If you don't say anything, you are accepting what is said. That's it. I just feel like Joe got to talk about it. You know, and he get insulted by the question. I'm not insulting you over the question. Again, I'm the one always throwing you bail. I just sat here and still considered doing a record with you. Not that I'm nothing special. He asked me a question. Chucky asked me a question, I believe. Or Chris, somebody asked me a question. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, just what you mad at me for? You know what I'm saying? Answer these allegations. IB said, got to where I was going. Despite the crazy street racer dude with their lights off through the mountains, thinking this was a midnight club or something. Good live. Interesting info. Salutes to you, IB. Appreciate you. Glad you got there safely. I don't like people that just act like they're by themselves on the road. That shit annoys me. Crash Out said Pun wrote them for himself. Absolutely. Absolutely. And if there was anybody in the world that had a right to use it creatively in any concept of sense, you know what I'm saying? Even if he wanted to spit on himself, it's Chris. That's it. Salutes Raven Jefferson on the check-in. I appreciate you. Chucky said, I saw that documentary. That was crazy. Yeah, man. Crazy shit. Chris said Snoop is a snake. How he did Pac. There's a lot of things he says don't add up. The more he says them. So it's like, and this is with everybody. Which is why it leaves me in a place of disenchantment. Like, whatever. To the 10 free memberships tonight. Welcome to the new Shail channel. Matter of fact, let's see if we can do 5 of those right now. Let's see if we can do 5 of those right now. All right? Salutes to the chat. I hope this goes to somebody in the chat that's deserving. I am sorry when it doesn't. All right? When this channel starts taking care of itself and earning for itself, I will make sure to reinvest that into getting members up in here that really deserve it, that it's not on their priority or in their budget to be throwing around money like that. You know what I'm saying? But right now, I got 10 to give away, 5 for free, and YouTube gives them 10 for free, and YouTube gives them to whoever they decide to give them to. All right? So please do not feel left out, forgotten, none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? To the people that have been here, that are always here, you are not losing nothing. You are not losing nothing that you didn't have before. You know what I'm saying? All the membership program is an opportunity for me to offer perks to, and not Percocets, but perks to these people that pay the monthly subscription. Again, you know, I appreciate everyone's help. I appreciate you hitting the like button. I appreciate you subscribing, all of that good stuff. You know what I'm saying? So salutes to you. 5 are going out right now. They're going to somebody. We just hope it comes to somebody that we see in the chat. Salutes. Here we go. First 5 out now. And there they are. Chucky Chingon got a membership. Vicente got a membership. Ivan got a membership. 298 got a membership. And Alonzo got a membership. All people that are active on this channel in the recent time, like now. That made me happy. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let them ring. Hold on. Let me get this off the screen. Let them ring. Boom. Ivan has become a member. Come on. You gotta let the other ones ring. Hell yeah. They gotta make sure all of them ring. Stop playing games. There we go. 298 Sosa. Salutes. Hell yeah. Way better than the first round. The first round had me depressed. Remember that? Y'all remember that shit? That's funny. That's hilarious. Hell yeah, Alonzo. Appreciate you. Y'all don't see Alonzo much in the chat, but you see him in the comments. But Vicente, Ivan, 298, and Chucky, y'all already know. Them dudes be in the building on a regular basis. All right, hold on. Let's see. They're going to keep bringing them off. Keep bringing them off. Hell yeah. I felt like I won the membership. I couldn't even click the members live yesterday. I'm not a member. They don't even let me be a member. Boom. Hopefully Eddie Jimenez gets hit up in this next round. We're going to see what happens right here. Salutes. Now y'all got access to that video that we got clapped for yesterday. Go watch that video and tell me why we got clapped and age restricted on that tame ass video. All right, let me see if I can't highlight this. That sucks. I can highlight this though. Boom. Gifted 5 Shy L Reacts memberships. Zorada had a good point right here. Why does he get mad if it's not true? That's it. What you mad for, bro? Huh? Salutes to everybody, giving them their congratulations. Some of them are here, some of them are not. Again, we're later than usual tonight. Boom, no ghostwriting. Congrats to all the winners. Welcome. Salutes. Chris said, "Have you checked out Pun Sun?" Yes, I have a record with them. I have a record with them on I believe it's Sha L 1871. Salute Chucky Chingong. I appreciate you. All right, man. That's the first 5. Let's get it. That was a deserving 5. Good lineup. I appreciate that shit. That's dope. That is dope. All right. Second thing I wanted to cover is I want to get into this Alec Baldwin shit. I want to do this once and for all and just leave it be. I do want to get through I want to do his interrogation as well. Again, this story means something to me. For those that don't know, I'm a professional actor as well as a YouTuber and MC. I'm an actor. I'm a union actor. And this is important to me, all right? Because what happened to Alec Baldwin is dangerous for all actors, for all crew, for everybody, right? For those that don't know, Raven said, congrats to winners, great usual suspects. Salutes to you, Raven. We appreciate you. Play it at the end, Shy. Your track will point. I'll play it. Hopefully we don't get clapped. Sometimes we get clapped for samples in my own music. So we'll see. I'll play it though. I'll let you know. I don't remember how it went, but the boy got me, if you ask me. You know what I'm saying? On that joint. Salutes. Only one way out now, y'all. Jonathan said y'all joined the gang. Y'all joined the ganga. All right, let me see. What was I looking for here? I want to separate these. Let me separate these, the vertical chat. There we go. We'll do it like that. I don't want them overlapping on each other. Salutes. I appreciate y'all for being here. So again, for those that don't know, Alec Baldwin was on the set of a film. And, well, you know what? Let me read y'all the Wikipedia real quick. Oh, shit. Ivan said he got his VL placazo. Okay? It's going down. It's going down. Isn't he the unaliver? Alec Baldwin Technically, yes. All right, so let's get to that. Let's get to that. Here we go. On October 21st, 2021, at the Bonanza Creek Ranch in Bonanza City, Mexico, cinematographer Helena Hutchins was fatally shot, and director Joel Souza was injured on the set of the film Rust when actor Alec Baldwin discharged a live round from a revolver he was using as a prop. The incident was investigated by the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office, the New Mexico First Judicial District Attorney, the New Mexico Occupational Health and Safety Bureau, and the FBI in an affidavit. Santa Fe County office stated that neither Baldwin nor his assistant director David Halls knew that the gun in question was loaded. On January 31st, 2023, the Santa Fe District charged Baldwin and armorer Hannah Gutierrez Reed with 1 count each of involuntary manslaughter. Halls agreed to plead guilty to the charge. Wait a minute, the director was charged too? Halls agreed to plead guilty to the charge of the negligent use of a deadly weapon on February 23, 2023. Baldwin pleaded not guilty. And on April 20th, 2023, it was reported that prosecutors had indicated that the charges against him were being dropped. Right? Gutierrez Reed was later charged with tampering with evidence. On March 6, 2024, Gutierrez Reed was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter. Gutierrez Reed was then remanded into police custody and sentenced to 18 months in prison on April 15, 2024. On January 19, 2024, Baldwin was again indicted on charges of involuntary manslaughter. He pleaded not guilty. Baldwin's trial began on July 9th, 2024, but the charges were dismissed with prejudice 3 days later. The incident prompted a public discussion on occupational safety in the film industry and the treatment of its employees and the use of real guns as props. Right? Pocos pero locos, homie. Salutes. All right. So there you have it. Now, it says here, Halls agreed to plead guilty, but I want to see, it says, office stated that neither Baldwin nor first assistant director David Halls knew that the gun was loaded. So I guess Halls and Baldwin were charged. So anyways, there's a chain of command on a film set. All right? There's practices and shit in place to keep people safe. You know what I mean? The moment that I heard this story, first of all, it was horrible. Rest in peace to Helena Hutchins. Just imagine something, all right? You're the cameraman right now. This is your lens. You're behind this camera. Your head is placed directly behind this camera. And my job in the scene is to put my barrel to your camera lens and discharge, right? And you catch the poof of smoke and you get the, right? But instead, a bullet rips through your camera, rips through your face, and rips through your director. You know? That's what happened, right? That's what happened. You hear the story and you say, well, why the fuck was that gun loaded? You know what I'm saying? Oh, we're going to talk about it, Raven. We about to get there. Why was that gun loaded? What are we doing here? How did this happen? Right? My first thought, knowing what I know about the industry, is, and don't get it fucked up, people don't like Alec Baldwin. That's just a fact. People don't like the man. You know what I mean? For whatever reasons. Right? But my first thought was accident, right? My first thought is not Alec Baldwin put in a live round in a revolver and let it loose on the director of photography and the director. That was not my first thought. My first thought was, okay, this is a mistake, and the mistake starts at the top, and the top in that situation is the master of props, right? The person that's there, the prop director, the person that's there to make sure the props are prepared and in place and, you know, ready for the gig. They fucked up. But why would there even be, and then my thought, why is there even bullets there? And I still feel that way to this day. Why were there even live rounds there? What are you shooting at over there? You know what I'm saying? So my first thought is the prop master, man. Whoever the prop master was, they fucked up. My first thought wasn't Alec Baldwin just, you know, murdered his director of photography, but they charged him. And I was like, how does this even make sense? Oh, he should have checked it. He should have this. He should have that. Bro, I'm just the star of the show, bro. You see that person over there? That person with the vest and all of the gadgets and the radio and it. That person came over here and handed me this weapon for this scene where I say this and I do this. Right? So when they did that, I felt like it was dangerous for actors. Like, hold on, you putting the mistakes of your production on the star of the show? Why? Because he pulled the trigger? He pulled the trigger of what he believed and had no reason otherwise to not believe was a safe weapon used for filmmaking. That's what he thought. You know what I'm saying? That's what he thought. That's crazy. Shout out Eddie Jimenez. He said, I read that the armorer would use the pistols for target practice with her friends. And from my understanding, there was some kind of nepotism involved, that the prop master is somebody's daughter that got hired onto the set or whatever. That's an important job right there. Somebody lost their life. Kids lost their mom. Husbands lost their wife. You know what I mean? For somebody to be playing around with them guns, they should have been decommissioned guns anyway, but they need to be operational in order for them to flash bang and all of that shit. You know, for the little blank and this, that, or the other. But, let's see. But yeah, so I felt like that was a bad precedent to set. And I felt like it was easy for people in public opinion to set that precedent on Alec Baldwin because they don't like him. They don't fuck with him like that. You know what I mean? So that struck me strange when I found out that he was, you know, he pled not guilty and this, that, and now that they threw it out, good, because that was very dangerous to be putting that in the hands. There's somebody there whose job and their responsibility and their license is to do so. You know what I'm saying? It's not the actors. Now, should the actor be responsible? Shit. Knowing that shit like this happens and it's happened before, yes, they should be responsible. I forget who it was. Will Smith was standing at a production table and they had mad weapons and one of the actors picked up the weapon and is turning in. Will instantly pushed it out the way, took it from him, racked it, made sure he checked it, and then handed it back. Like, what are you doing? You got to be responsible, especially even on a movie set, because it has happened before. It happened to Brandon Lee, Bruce Lee's son. All right? Had something lodged in the barrel. They pulled off a squib load and boom, shot right through him. Ended him. Yes, there's a million conspiracies, but, you know, those are what they are. At the end, we know one thing that happened on the Crow. That squib went off and that bullet went through that young man. You know what I mean? We know that happened. So now me as an actor, oh, absolutely. Put another hammer in my hand. I'm not just assuming that the prop master got it all figured out and nothing gonna come out this thing and shoot nobody in the eye. No. Me knowing what I know about weapons, I have to put my experience to the test and check that shit out. Because again, there's a director of photography, a mother and a wife that's not here no more because somebody fucked up. Raven said people haven't liked him since he called his daughter a spoiled little pig bitch, pig witch. Was right because she was being disrespectful, and she's probably a spoiled little pig. You know what I mean? Everybody want to judge him. They're at home with worse skeletons in their closet. You know. I know you know. Eddie Jimenez said yes. Her dad was an armor for movies with many years of experience. His daughter got the job because of her dad. She really didn't have experience. Plus, she was fired from her last job. Look, she already showed a pattern of irresponsibility. That is not the job to be irresponsible in. All right? You're pointing guns in people's face. You know? Didn't Bruce Lee go the same way? No, Bruce didn't. Brandon did. Bruce Lee went out in a stranger way. Big Blanc said, but on the movie said, why would they be using real rounds and not blanks? Exactly. Again, like, and I feel like Eddie knows what he's talking about. The young lady supposedly would use those weapons for target practice and irresponsibly probably didn't reload with the squibs. Squibs are the little exploding things they use on movie sets. They shoot out of them guns and shit. I don't know. I haven't looked into it that deep. Again, I'm always here with y'all covering the cartel. But, yeah, there shouldn't have been no live rounds on that set. Period. Period. But that nepotism, that little girl getting the job through daddy, who had already lost another job with this pattern of recklessness and irresponsibility, now that lady's not here. So like I said, this is a horrible accident because just like a doctor, his staff can leave a cotton ball in the body of a person on accident during the surgery. The same thing happened here. I don't know what that word with a more devastating outcome. Okay, yeah, and it happens. They leave full on pieces of metal in people, and cotton and all kind of shit. There's a chain of command, like you said, and unfortunately, the inexperienced person who didn't do their job is not the actor's fault. They're the actors, not the prop master. Yeah, prop master's handing me a weapon. Now, I'm never assuming again that weapon is not armed and lethal. Never am I assuming, as an actor, I'm never assuming that again. Bruce Lee got the kiss of the dragon. Quite possible, bro. They blaming all kind of shit for that man's death. So that's where we at. So I want to see if we get through a little bit of this interrogation footage. The interrogation of Alec Baldwin and see what he had to say about it. Again, the reason we're talking about it is it was dismissed in court, I believe, today. The case is dismissed with prejudice, I believe. So they're not going back to that. Yeah, with prejudice. So they prejudged going forward. It ain't on him. Jonathan said, don't the news say that the hammer was real with live rounds and that Baldwin was an actor, producer, executive producer, and director? So at some point he should have checked the hammer before. Bro, all of those executive producer, director, all of that shit, them shits is just labels. That shit is just an extra check. You made in your deal. I could be an executive producer because I hooked you up with this person, or just because it's in the contract when we made the deal. Okay, I need to be an executive producer on this. You know what I'm saying? So no, I don't expect him to check shit. He's the last person I expect checking anything. You know what I mean? Check himself. That's all he had to do the whole time. You know. So just because he had all of these titles doesn't mean there was extra levels of, failures that he should have checked personally himself. No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Before the scene goes because of insurance reasons. Before the scene goes because of insurance reasons is why they have a prop master. You know what I'm saying? That prop master is where the failure happened. The last line of defense between them and the actor. What if the actor put it to his own dome? Boom. Would the actor still be responsible? Raven said, but at the same time, the prop master is the one that should have checked the weapon. She handed it to the last person. She's handing it to its final destination. She's pushing off that hammer to the person who is about to use it on screen. It should be signed out. Whose hand is it in right now? It's in Alec Baldwin's hand. Bow. She knows where it's at. She knows where it needs to go back to when it's all said and done. Thankfully, they threw out with prejudice. We don't need someone else behind bars unfairly. I mean, I think they was going to railroad him if they had the chance to railroad him. Now, I'm not testifying to him as a man. I'm just saying as the job of an actor and being the star of a show, if the prop master hand me a weapon, I'm using that weapon. Then, before this. Never again. I'm testing it out for myself. Test it on the leg of the prop master. All right? You know what I'm saying? You suffer the consequence if you fuck this up. Because that's crazy. So let's get with this, let's just get with a little bit of this, I'll scan through it if I have to. It's kind of long. I'm sure there's dead spots in it. Probably repetitive questions. I'll scan through it if I have to, but I ain't in a rush. Salutes to y'all. Hunters up in the chat for y'all. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. Salutes. Salutes to all the new members for this month. There's a bunch of members that deserve it. Now they have to opt in. So they're going to get a notification or they got to opt in. Salutes to them. All right, we're going to give away 5 more before we're done today. Where am I at here? Crash Out said the scene could have been different, like a suicide dude would have been gone. Right. And then who they're going to blame after that, Crash Out? You know what I'm saying? They can't. They'll be like, that asshole Alec Baldwin, he did himself in. Like, what? Jonathan said, I appreciate you and your first-hand knowledge for us so we don't go based on the media, on what the media throws at us and condemn him without knowing. My dude, salutes. I appreciate you. And that's it. That's all I want to do is help you understand that, you know, it's easy for the media to do that. Very simple. Very simple. And it's a dangerous precedent to set. You're going to set the precedent that there's a person responsible for these weapons, but I'm the actor and you're going to hold me accountable for some accident that happened? Come on, man. Yeah, that's it. Raven said that's why he hired all the people to do props and to be prop master. That's their job. That's their contract. That's their mandate. You know? Salutes. Let's get it. Let me give it a little volume real quick. Just in case. Then we'll deal with it manually from there. Bow. I know he's gonna make a phone call too. This has to be like the day of when it went down. I remember trying to find this video before and couldn't find it in its entirety. This was after they took that picture of him crying on set and shit. Before I forget, on yesterday's live number count issue we had yesterday on the views count, I see it now. So it looks different today than it did yesterday. All right, so pay attention to that for when we do a members only. If it's not there, then yeah, they probably don't offer it on members only. Jeez Louise.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hear me now.
Can you hear me?
He start flipping out. Fuck! Son of a bitch! God damn it, can you hear me?
Hey.
I'm at the police station. The sheriffs, and they're about to interview me. How is everyone at home? How are the kids?
The kids are great.
Did you hold on a second, please? Did you tell Carmen what's going on?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Are you convinced you don't want to come tomorrow?
I mean, I don't think it's a good idea. Look, call me after you talk with the sheriff, but like, I don't think it's a great idea. I think this is, you know.
Yeah, but let me say this to you, just to be clear. They're going to make me stay here tomorrow anyway to talk to my insurance investigators. This is really, I'll talk to you more, but I'm just saying.
I'm so sorry. You must be so traumatized.
Now I'll tell you where he is responsible. If he's part of the production and all of that shit, which my understanding is that that production was a nightmare, and there was people complaining about mad shit on that production. You know what I'm saying? Now the production company could be liable civilly somewhere down the line, but I believe they settled that too, and I believe her husband got a job out of it or something. Raven said that's just like smoking a joint that's ruled by somebody else that you don't know. You need to check it. Right, exactly. You got to know what you're putting in your body. Just like with these fighters that say, "Oh, it was a tainted supplement." Well, it's on you. You're responsible for what you put in your body. Absolutely. So as I said, which is such an important role in the making of a movie, she shouldn't have been hired after being fired. I think that if her dad pulled strings to get her hired after being fired from a previous job, he should be charged also, because he knew why she got fired. Now, and we don't know why she got fired. We just know she got fired, yeah. And I'm sure he didn't tell them why he was trying to get her a job. It's crazy. Crash Out said, "Hey, Shy, come to find out they did it just to make a movie about it in the future." Psh, shit, boy. Let's put our conspiracy theory hats on right now, because that's crazy thought. But guess what? They going to make a movie about this in the future. It's going to happen. I don't doubt it, not even the slightest bit. You know, maybe you just gave me an idea. Maybe I write the motherfucker. We'll see what happens.
No. What I am is someone who, I don't want to do this for a living anymore. I don't want to be a public person. And, I'm the one holding the gun in my hand that everybody was supposed to have taken care of. They always hand me a cold gun.
So here's my question. So he's talking to the wife. The wife don't want to come out. And he keeps cutting her off.
How are the kids? What's going on?
I don't think it's a good idea. Look, call me after you talk with the sheriff, but I don't think it's a great idea. I think this is,
Yeah, but let me just say this to you, just to be clear. They're going to make me stay here tomorrow anyway to talk to my insurance investigators. This is really, I'll talk to you more, but I'm just saying.
I'm so sorry. You must have such, you must be so traumatized.
No, what I am is someone who, I don't want to do this for a living anymore. I don't want to be a public person.
I want to hear what she just said.
I don't want to do.
You must be so traumatized.
I'll talk to you more, but I'm just saying.
I'm so sorry. You must have such, you must be so traumatized.
No, what I am is someone who, I don't want to do this for a living anymore. I don't want to be a public person. And, I'm the one holding the gun in my hand that everybody was supposed to have taken care of. They always hand me a cold gun. Where are you now?
There it is.
I'm meeting with Michelle right now.
Michelle who?
Mind you, the man is on camera in an interrogation room, and he's telling his wife, "I don't want to be a public person anymore. I don't want to be a public person anymore." And I'm the guy that had the gun in my hand. They were supposed to take care of this. They've always handed me a cold gun before. So he's sitting here. He could have damned himself in this video. You know what I'm saying? But he's candidly speaking, and he's ridiculous for being on the phone in there. But he just to me solved the case. This is the prop master's fault. You know what I'm saying? Crash Out, I got you. You get your 15%. Don't worry. Wouldn't it be amazing if they had Trump play Alec Baldwin in the movie? That's funny. That's funny.
Well, and where are you? Okay, right. I'll call you back when I'm done, okay?
Hi, Alec.
Hey, where are the kids?
He's sleeping.
The boys are
Harmon
sleeping?
is awake. Yeah. Harmon is still
Did she tell you what's going on?
Yeah.
I'm trying to convince her to come. I think we should come. And just spend the time here, and they're going to do what they got to do with, and deal with what they got to deal with, and we shouldn't let it. We'll go ahead and we'll go. I won't work, and we'll go enjoy ourselves. It's all paid for, and they're not going to give us the money back.
And we should be staying away from the vultures here.
Are they outside?
No, but I imagine they will be at some point. They're
I
going to
think it's a
find
great
out.
idea. It's a great idea.
So he's trying to get his family to where he's at.
You should come for that reason also. All right, I'll call Carmen on her iPad, okay?
Okay, yeah, she's on her phone. I'm very sorry, actually.
Oh, yeah, you have no idea. You have no idea how.
Shit.
3,
strange this is. And I'll explain to you later.
Sorry, you're in this position.
You have no idea how unbelievable this is and how strange this is. It is strange. It is strange. You hand this man a hot gun on the set of a film like that. She ain't holding him down. He better pray he don't ever end up in prison his life, because he's not holding it together now. She's trying to figure it out. We'll see.
Well, this is, and how strange this is. And I'll explain to you later.
Sorry, you're in this position.
No, it's just.
I hope that everyone's okay and that you're okay.
I'll call you back. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi. Unfortunate writer. Copy page. Yeah. Yeah, I know you already agreed to talk to us and everything, and that's great. We're just gonna go over the rights. She's gonna read these to you. As you understand that, anything you say may be used against. Have an attorney appointed to answer any questions for the purpose of.
That's fine. That's all I can. I'm not worried because I'm not. Yeah.
We have to do our job at.
Yeah, no, just tell me that.
At advising you your rights, because this is an investigation.
Yeah.
Just a formality. You have to do it. You're here.
Mr. Eddie Jimenez said he has to know he's being recorded. Is he doing this to help his case? I don't believe he has to know that. You know? He's not from where we're from. We instantly think that we're being recorded. We know what's going on in police stations. He don't know. He's just an actor, man. These guys be in their own shit. These people don't think like we think. They're in their own world, you know? Raven said, because Alex played a great trouble. No, absolutely. On Saturday Night Live, I watched that about 10 times over, and it was so funny. The wife seems out to lunch, mentally speaking. Yeah, she sounds like she's like, handle that shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, this is a strange spin-off of the first 48. Salutes.
You do whatever you want to do. What is today?
It is the.
Not to digress on some commentary here, that we've done this for 2 weeks and we did it the right way every day.
Long day?
Well, what's interesting, not to digress on some commentary here, that we've done this for 2 weeks and we did it the right way every day.
So we've done this for 2 weeks and we've done it the right way every day.
Every day.
Crash Out said he knew, Shy. They loved the camera. We thinking too hard about it, Papa. And they is me too. You know what I'm saying? But we thinking too. We think too hard for these people. He not thinking about no fucking camera. Not when he was on that phone. Not at all. I don't think so. He's in his own shit. They don't move like that. Like they're kind of some of them are kind of oblivious to the shit. You know what I mean? I'm an actor. We could say, oh, he loves the camera. Not really. You know what I'm saying? I love acting. But to just say, oh, he loves the camera, nah. It just ain't like that. The wife wasn't having anything to do with what he got going on. She wanted no part of it. And I don't know where they were at. Where it happened. But she don't want to be there. And she knows the vultures are coming to her house.
You're on a set. You rehearse. They bring you what's called a cold gun.
Crash Out said he's acting the whole time, fake crying and all. But this is what we suffer as actors. If he was really crying, you'd still say he was fake crying. That's the thing an actor suffers. Listen, I started acting late in life. I was 37, 38 years old when I started acting, right? Everybody after that, oh, that's because you're an actor. And this is because you're an actor. And that's because you're an actor. I've been a real motherfucker longer than I've been an actor. You know what I mean? Ivan said he's acting. As soon as he starts talking, everybody gonna say he's acting. He just answered their questions. You know what I mean? We're always gonna say that about actors. It's just what it is. We're always gonna say that about actors. So even if he's telling the truth, he's acting. And you say he was crying. He wasn't crying. He was just on the phone, fucking talking his shit. You know?
It is the 21st of October.
And how can we say he stopped too fast? He stopped too quick when I'm fast forwarding through this, we're not even taking account of the spaces between conversations on the phone and him talking to these people. That's what I'm saying. We do this shit to ourselves, bro. We do this shit to ourselves.
October. Long day?
Well, what's interesting, not to digress on some commentary here, is that we've done this for 2 weeks and we did it the right way every day. Every day. You're on a set, you rehearse, they bring you what's called a cold gun. The gun is either completely empty, the chambers, or there is a cosmetic piece. So, for example, if you're the camera, and this is going to sound silly and specific, but if I'm pointing a gun close to the camera, you want to see into the cylinder that there's material in there, cosmetic material. So those rounds are cosmetic rounds. They put them in, and you rehearse, or even in a shot when you don't fire. I pull the gun, and you see there's some material inside the cylinder. They'd hand me a cold gun, no charges. They always hand you a cold gun with nothing in it to rehearse. And then, when you shoot...
Boom, he's letting it be known. When we're rehearsing, they hand us a cold gun. When we're rehearsing, we don't have nothing in it. There's a load that you could see in there, but that's because that's what you want the camera to see. So he calls it a cosmetic load. All right? He's right.
And if you are shooting loads that are flash loads, and they're usually in 3 denominations, quarter, half, or full load round. So that the
quarter, half, and a full load round. Those are the squibs we're talking about. That bust. Psh, give you a spark.
Flash is bright, and the sound is loud, louder, loudest. Full load is loudest. So if you're outside, you want a full load. Bang, you want a loud sound. If you're inside, you do a quarter load. Right before you shoot, everyone preps. Crew puts the earplugs in, some put headphones on. The camera's there. Very often there's a loose, tight screen. But you're the camera operator, and there's the camera, so I should always shoot off camera. You never shoot into the lens. And you shoot.
So, like, for instance, y'all, right now, right at this absolute moment, he is telling them facts. He is telling them protocol. He is telling them the things that happen on a movie set that's being handled properly, right? And we look at him and say, he's acting. But where is the fucking acting? Where's the acting if he's saying the truth? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand that part. We have to answer for that. We can't just throw this and say, oh, he's acting. And don't get it. I do it too. I'll be like, oh, buddy's acting right now. But yeah, when there's deceit involved, you know what I'm saying? But there's no deceit involved right here. This is like the control questions in a lie detector test. They ask you the easier questions first. What's your name? Where you live? To get this level for you. You know what I'm saying? He's just telling protocol right now and breaking it down to them so they understand what's been happening, what's supposed to happen, and why was there a live round in this weapon when I fired it.
There's a flash and a sound. Now, I went to lunch. She disarmed me. I sat down.
She being
Hannah, the armaments person. She was always handling the guns 99% of the time. So I would, if I had a cosmetic rifle with no rounds, I'd hand it to one of her assistants. I'm sitting there. She disarms me. We go to lunch. We come back from lunch, and they hand me the revolver, the Colt.
And I just like the name. It's Hannah again.
They arm me, and you're assuming, as we've done every time, that it's a cold gun for the rehearsal. And I put the gag in the shot. You're the camera because I have a coat.
And here it is. He's making the point that if it happened during the rehearsal, that's even stranger than it happening if there was a bang load in it for the actual shot. So if it happened in the rehearsal, so that means between lunch and the next rehearsal, somebody loaded this weapon. Crash Out said, yeah, you don't shoot at the camera because it might break the camera, but a human, it's okay. They got the screen and could make anything look the way they want. There's a great example of Drake being hit from the back on YT, breaking all this down from the camera crew to Aubrey Graham. What? There's a great example of Drake being hit from the back on YouTube, breaking all this down from the camera crew to Aubrey Graham. Is that what it's called? You don't shoot at the camera because it might break the camera, but a human, it's okay. They got a screen and can make anything look the way they want. I'm trying to understand. Maybe I'm slow right now, but we'll get it.
And I have a holster, and I pull the coat over, and I kind of cup my hands like I folded my hands. And then I'm going to slowly sneak the revolver, the Colt out, and turn and shoot these other guys, or try to shoot them. I take the coat over the thing, the camera's there. I believe, my recollection is she was there, turned a bit, like talking to him. So I think she was hit in the right armpit. But this is all I know, and that is that I take the gun out in the rehearsal. Really, he wants it very dramatic and very slow. I'm trying to sneak up on them. I take the gun out, and as I take, like as it clears, as the barrel clears the hole, turn and cock the gun over here. I turn and cock the gun goes off. Okay. It's supposed to be a cold gun. Nothing. No flash charges.
See? There you go. There wasn't even supposed to be a squib in there. No flash coming out the gun, no pop, no nothing. Just the action of doing it. No sound, no nothing. And then what happens is later they do the shot with the squib and they cut all that shit together. This is a rehearsal. This is a cold gun. The shit went off. So that means between him getting disarmed at lunch and him getting rearmed after lunch, somebody put a round in that pistol.
Now, this is a puzzle to me. And this is making me very emotional now, you know. But in my time, and I'm older now.
And that's another thing. Take into account people's, not just actors, people's normal acting that they do every day. In the way they speak to people, in the way they communicate with people. We all know it's in everybody to react certain different ways, all right? Code switching, whatever it might be, all right? Shout out Jonathan. There's a video showing Drake and getting shot in the back when he was an actor, and it displays how a shooting scene goes, but I'm trying to speak in code. I got you. Salutes. Appreciate you. Sometimes we can't, man. They're making it difficult for us. Salutes. So, you know, he's probably normally dramatic, right? Doesn't mean he shot nobody. He ain't got no reason to lie if he didn't shoot nobody. If he didn't load that gun, he ain't got no reason to lie. And they're going to try to put it on him, so he got to defend himself.
But when I was younger and I was shooting guns and stuff, I've never, it puzzled to me. No flash charges, nothing. Now, this is a puzzle to me. And this is making me very emotional now, you know. But in my time, and I'm older now, but when I was younger and I was shooting guns and stuff, I've never seen a theatrical flash round where the material went through someone's armpit, came out their body, and hit somebody else in the shoulder. Yeah. I'm wondering if your department is prepared to go find out what comes out of his shoulder surgically. Is that a live round?
That's what we are actually...
See, and he's putting pieces together. He's saying even if it was supposed to be a cold gun, if this is a squib with a wad in there that's supposed to come out and just be theatrical, right? If this is just a squib, it's never going to go through somebody, out somebody, and into somebody else, which is what happened. So it's dawning on him, this had to be a live round, right? This had to be a live round. And another thing, stop giving actors credit for writing. A person can act all day long, but they're acting something that somebody gave them. For a motherfucker, some of these actors, you ask them to freestyle some acting shit, you sitting there staring at a motherfucker that don't know what to do. Real talk.
Because I don't, it doesn't make any sense otherwise.
Yeah.
It's in the armpit.
You say it gotta be a
what
bullet.
comes out of his shoulder surgically. Is that a live round?
That's what we are actually looking at.
Is that a lot? Because I don't, it doesn't make any sense otherwise.
Yeah.
It hits her in the armpit, comes out her shoulder, goes into his shoulder, and he just told me on the phone, I talked to Joel. He said they showed me the x-ray, and the shape of the thing in my shoulder is the shape of a bullet. Now, all the rounds, I was told, you need to verify, I think this is important note, they take the gun, they enter and all the rounds that are in there.
Are you an actor? Are you trying to book your next big role? Don't know where to start?
Shout out Chucky Chingon. Peace out, brother. Gotta be up early. Not you. Come on, man. You the nightlife guy, bro. Salutes, bro. Have a good night. Mañana. Right? Salutes. IB said drama is literally his business, and a man pretty much becomes his business, especially if that business is any type of art. So it makes sense that it's his default to speak like this dramatic cadence. And that's how we're seeing it. A dramatic cadence. No, that's how that asshole talks at the dinner table. All right? Same way he screams at his daughter on the telephone. It's all the same shit. A squab is a bullet that get stuck in a barrel. If you're talking about what I'm talking about, a squib is an explosive device that give off the flash. You know, they stick them to walls, they put them on people, shit like that. You know, it's made to make the gun look like it bang. It's a fake round. You know what I'm saying? But you know, and something can get stuck in a barrel. Anything coming out of a barrel with the forces of gas exploding behind it is, you can consider it a bullet. What was it, Jonathan? What I miss? Salutes.
Were either dummy rounds, no flash, and all the rounds that are in there. I was told you need to verify. I think this is an important note. They take the gun, they enter it, and all the rounds that are in there were either dummy rounds, no flash, cold rounds, or rounds with a flash. In the rehearsal, there should have been nothing. It should have been a cold gun with no rounds inside or dummy rounds, cosmetic rounds.
The actor ad. I'm leaving that in there too.
No flash. I take the gun out slowly. I cock the pistol. Bang! It goes. Cold gun with no rounds inside or dummy rounds, cosmetic rounds. No flash. I take the gun out slowly. I cock the pistol. Bang! It goes off. She hits the ground. She goes down. He goes down, screaming. He said, Jesus Christ. And I'm going. And I thought that maybe sometimes the wadding can come out if you're close and you get a burn.
Right. The wadding could come out and burn you. If you're close enough, you get caught by the gases, something. All right, salutes.
2 actors who killed themselves with guns can come out if you're close enough, you get a burn. 2 actors who killed themselves with guns, with theatrical guns, John Eric Hexum and Brandon Lee. They put the live round in, and I'm told even with the flash powder, you can cause contusions and you can do a brain bleed and die, which both of them died.
Right.
I think with Brandon Lee, there was a piece of material lodged in the thing that shot from the or something.
Yeah.
I don't remember vividly, but my point is, I've been doing this. I shot enough guns in my day in movies. I've never seen this before, where a flash round. But from my understanding is, can I borrow your pen for a minute?
Of course, you could even borrow
And at this point, he's confused. Whether y'all think he's acting and wrote the most amazing script about being confused about, but I'd be confused too if I'm doing a rehearsal and I'm thinking, not only is this supposed to be a gold gun, but how did a squib just blow these people up? How did a manufactured round like this just blow these people up? Somebody, and it's so alien to him that he cannot figure out how a bullet. There's no way it was a bullet. How does a bullet end up on this fucking set? He's asking all the same questions we asking right now to himself and to them. You know, when you look at the revolver as you're pointing it, you can see if it's loaded, so I call BS. You're not understanding, though, Crash Out. Regardless of what's the gun is set up, it'll either have a bullet in there, that you could see from the back, you could see it from the front, but it doesn't do anything. Might as well be a Nerf bullet, right? His thing is, he not looking for none of that. He knows this is a rehearsal. You're gonna hand me, you're gonna disarm me. I come back to the set. You arm me. I put it in my waistband. I pull it out and I just bust. I'm not necessarily looking through it, and if I look through it, maybe I think it's a dummy round, because this is what you're supposed to be thinking. You're not supposed to be thinking there's a bullet in this gun. So he not looking at what's in there. No, the scene is, I'm in rehearsal. She hand me my shit back after lunch. I hosted my shit. I didn't open it. I didn't look at it. I didn't do none of that. I'm on the fucking film set. And then boom. But he said it was empty, so he would have seen it if he looked. But the way he describes it is, she handed it to him. He cuffed it. He pulled it out and used it quickly. Right? First, the pop is already surprising because this is supposed to be a cold gun. And secondly, it just blew up 2 people. You know?
My understanding is that in a bullet, you know, here's the thing with the pin, and here's the bullet itself. And now here, when you have a cosmetic round, no flash, no nothing, they drill a hole in the side of the brass to show, to signify that it's a cosmetic round. There's nothing in there. There's no powder. But when you have a flash round, and there's stuff in there, wadding and powder to make the charge. This material here, that is the bullet, is made of a clay or some material that just disintegrates. So what you have is bang, and you see the flash go bang, and you get a sound, but nothing. There's no projectile.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm curious about is what came out of that bullet that went through her body and into his shoulder.
That's pretty.
He's saying that's what I'm curious about. How the fuck did a real bullet get in there? And the only way the way you're explaining it, Crash Out, the only way that works is that she handed him an empty weapon at lunch. He put it in his jacket, and then he slipped a round in there, and he aired out the lady, and now he's being the greatest award-winning actor the world has ever seen. That's it. That's it. To me, I'm looking at a dude that is dumbfounded. And he's telling them, make sure y'all figure out what the fuck came out of dude's shoulder, because that was not a squib. That was not a manufactured round. That was not a flash round. That was not a dummy round. That was a bullet. Blew these people up.
Powerful.
I've never heard of it. Now, some people say you can lodge material in the barrel accidentally, a rock, something. That happens. Which is why every time we've done this, I'm here to tell you, to testify that every time we've done this, she's done it right. She cleaned the barrel, made sure nothing was lodged in there. We went hot when they were ready. You always announce, going hot. Crew gets ready.
That's the thing, we're going hot. Always announced, we're going hot.
The camera, and I shoot away from me. I sit there like...
He could have been throwing her under the bus all this time, too. He's not. He's saying, we've been doing this right for the last 2 weeks. How did this shit go wrong? And that wasn't no dummy round in there. I.B. said, in my world, the squib was a ridiculously strong cannabis edible gummy manufactured in the mid-late 90s. Salutes. I'd rather have that one.
Bang, 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 and flashes are coming out. We shoot the rounds. She cleans the barrel every time, and she checks that the rounds are all cosmetic rounds, or nothing in the chamber for the rehearsal. She hands me the gun. I'm assuming she's done it the right way. She's done it the last 2 weeks. I put it in the holster. I pull it out slow.
Boom. There it is. That's what you just said. He ain't saying he looked at nothing and he saw empty this or empty that. He not thinking none of that shit. He thinking she just handed me the weapon, same weapon she been handing me for the last 2 weeks. I put it in my shit. I pulled it out slowly. I let it ride.
She hands me the gun. I'm assuming she's done it the right way. She's done it the last 2 weeks. I put it in the holster. I pull it out slow. We're rehearsing. We're not filming anything. I pull it out slow, turn, cock the pistol, bang, it goes off, and she hits the ground. And then he starts screaming. And I'm thinking, in a flash round, I could see maybe if there was wadding or there's some stuff like that that's hot, and maybe it hits you and burns you. And as they say, sometimes that happens.
And you say, oh, but he's over-explaining himself. That's his character. That's who he is. You know what I'm saying? He's going to over-explain himself. He's giving them... Listen, actors are very cerebral in the sense that we're going to tell you photographically what we remember happening and how it happened. And that's how he's breaking this shit down. You know what I'm saying? He's letting you know. My first thought was, why are they screaming if a squib came out of there? First of all, why is this hot? Why? He's telling you what ran through his head. The fact that it's taking, time and effort for him to say it, it come off like he's bullshitting, but the guy hasn't said nothing yet. He hasn't shit on nobody. He hasn't put in nobody's direction. He seems confused, and he knows that he's the guy, that they're blaming him. They're asking him questions. He's the guy that had the gun in his hand. This video clears it all up. I never thought he was guilty yet. Of course, the media isn't saying that this was discussed in court because I'm almost sure it has been brought up as evidence. The media isn't saying that this was discussed in court. What wasn't discussed in court? This interrogation? Jonathan said, what does hot mean, if I may ask? Are those real rounds? I heard the term a lot when this unfortunate moment happened. He said that they'll make the call out that, we're hot. Meaning, this gun is it's gonna make a sound, it's gonna make a flash, it's hot, it's armed. Right? It's not armed with a bullet. He first fucked up by not just calling a lawyer shy. I mean, yeah, he's a not guilty actor, wants to have the conversation. I'm sure he got to his lawyer eventually. Again, it all worked out because his lawyer beat the case. The case is done. They threw the shit out. You know what I'm saying? But my point is that we're always gonna put that shit on an actor. I don't give a fuck who it is. We're gonna just be like, look at him, he's acting, he's lying. And it's like, no, fuck y'all know about acting. You know what I'm saying? That's just my point. We're always gonna, it's a knee-jerk reaction to just do that, you know? Yeah, he probably should have called the lawyer. They wouldn't have had no conversation. But if he give a fuck about Helena Hutchins, he's there to clear up what happened. Why is this lady dead? You know what I'm saying? What do I need a lawyer for? I'm not the last line of defense. The prop master is the last line of defense. I'm an actor. You just handed me a weapon. I'm here to use it. You know? Not the interrogation, but these important facts he's giving. Oh yeah, that's why Zoraida. That's why the court of public opinion could shit on him, because they don't know what it means when somebody say, I'm getting a cold gun, I'm getting a hot gun. They called on a hot set. You know, it means it's hot, it's active. We live. We going. This is the one. We're going for the shot. We're getting the shot. We're not rehearsing no more. You know, those things matter. The protocol. How he's talking about how you know. How it's been done for the last 2 weeks, and how she cleared the barrel, and how it was her responsibility, and he handed over to the assistants. Like, I've done shows on TV where I've had to carry hammers in the street, and it'd be 20, 30 guys, you know, all over this, you know, whatever location we're using as a set, you know, and now it's time to go to lunch. Somebody that's responsible has to come get all of these weapons. Even decommissioned weapons that don't work no more, it's their responsibility to have them, and most of them are very anal about it, very on top of their game about it, because you lose your job, one of them guns come up missing. One of them guns is used in some kind of robbery or this or that, you know? There's a responsibility there. Crash Out said not in civil court, he's going to have to pay still, but in money, not doing in the time, maybe. Maybe there is no civil court. From my understanding, old girl's husband got him a job out of all of this. So that I said, but like I said before, if you don't talk, you seem guilty. He's not guilty, so that's why he didn't need a lawyer. And, you know, again, he's the guy that pulled the trigger. If he gives a fuck about why that lady got shot, and he wants it, which what I see is a dude that's trying to understand what happened. How the fuck did a bullet get in there? I still want to know that. You know?
But remember, we're rehearsing, so no one's protected.
So it's all supposed to be this one, cosmetic one.
Or not.
He said we're performing. I mean, we're rehearsing, so no one's protected.
Or nothing.
For the rehearsal, the gun is normally empty.
Mm-hmm.
But my point is that
for the rehearsal, the gun is normally empty.
They were standing in positions they wouldn't ordinarily be in, because they assumed it was an empty, cold gun. We weren't shooting; we were rehearsing. That's a vital difference. So if she's here, if the camera's here, and she's standing here talking to the guy, and I'm on a bench here, and Joel's behind her, and this is not proportionate, because obviously the camera's not as big as her body, but I draw the gun slowly and aim off camera, and there's supposed to be nothing in there. So she's not protecting herself and standing off. I'm shooting in a direction, and everybody is supposed to be to that side of the camera.
Facts.
There's nobody in my line.
Facts.
Nobody. And so when I shoot the gun, so in the rehearsal, I'm assuming I have an empty gun, and the gun.
Right. So they're in rehearsal. She's standing willy-nilly wherever she wants to be, as far as, you know, the way the scene is working. Jonathan said, I remember in drama class or some class back in high school, way back in the day, how my teacher would sit us through the credits and how much they mean. Jokingly saying we want to leave. Hollywood sees them all. Jokingly saying we want to leave. Hollywood sees them all. Yeah, there's a lot of jobs. There's a lot of moving parts on the set. A lot of bad things can happen on the set, you know? A lot of moving parts. It's all compartmentalized. Everybody knows their business.
She's right in front of me. Mm-hmm. She's as far from me as I am from difference between maybe you and the door.
Okay. So pretty close proximity.
It was a very tight shot.
Okay.
The shot was here. Of me, not of me, it's of me pulling the gun slowly, turn cock.
Okay.
And she's right there, vulnerable, in a position she wouldn't ordinarily be if we were shooting, and this thing, boom, she hits the ground.
Okay. All right, I'm going to back you up just a little bit, okay?
Yeah.
How long have you been on set?
I arrived Monday the 11th.
Okay.
And started my fittings, and they were shooting the week before.
And the 11th of October?
Monday the 11th, I flew in from New York. I flew from New York to Denver, Denver to Albuquerque, because there's no direct flights here, and then drove from Albuquerque.
Was in October, correct?
That was started
I don't
shooting
care.
for off Monday, Tuesday.
And
her crew, yeah. Everybody.
How many people are on her crew?
My Hannah and 2 other women.
No matter what type of severe asthma you have, Tespire can help you have fewer attacks.
All right.
And very often they're tasked with me, because we're not shooting every day, guns, there's no armaments every day. They dress me with my holster, my knife. The film is set in 1888, so I'm armed with the classic weaponry of the cowboy era.
Okay.
And so they would make sure I was dressed properly. 85% of their task is to make sure I'm dressed with everything properly.
Hit the like button, y'all.
The armorers, wardrobe doesn't necessarily, they sometimes trade back and forth, but wardrobe doesn't necessarily deal with my holster.
Okay.
And the knife, but that's a prop. The armorer, Hannah, and her team, they dealt with me being knifed and that being lashed properly, so it looks proper.
Okay.
And the holster.
Okay.
So it was wardrobe as much as it was props, as much as it was armaments.
Okay. Do you know Hannah's last name?
No.
Do you know what she looks like? Or can
Hannah,
you
tweet.
multicolored
Hannah, why is there a
hair,
bullet?
Glasses. Not too tall. Everyone knows her pretty well because her father is a very famous armaments guy. He's a guy that did guns in movies for.
Shad, did you see the person hanging in the movie Wizard of Oz? Yes, but I also saw the debunking of that, and I no longer believe I no longer believe somebody was hanging there. I am once offered information that I feel is superior, I have the freedom to change my mind, and I don't see a little person swinging back there. I've seen the video where they enhanced it and what it was, and it wasn't that. Jonathan said, him knowing the dates and having a great memory would be used against him in the court of public opinion, in my humble opinion. Of course, because the person without a memory like that, you know what I'm saying, to be like, it's impossible to memorize where he was and the dates. Some people can. Some people can't. I feel like he should have some food in front of him or something. He probably wishes he had some food in front of him or something.
Decades. He's very well known.
Okay.
She's the daughter of this famous gun guy, movie gun guy.
And what about the other girl?
See, she's the daughter of some famous gun guy, comfortable in her position.
He's a guy that did guns in movies. Everyone knows her pretty well because her father is a very famous armaments guy. He's a guy that did guns in movies for decades. He's very well known.
Okay.
She's the daughter of this famous gun guy, movie gun guy.
And what about the other girls in her crew?
I don't remember their names.
Okay. Do you know what they look like?
A blonde, thin, not too short, kind of medium height, and brunette, someone on the shorter side, maybe the same height as Hannah, brunette, and also there's
Hannah
you go back and forth between. They're wearing a mask most of the time on set. They've been ordered to do that.
Now the question is this: if Hannah was in this interrogation, Hannah, the armorer, the props master, if she was in this interrogation, screaming and crying, would we be accusing her of being an actor, of acting? Oh, I don't know how that bullet got in there. You know what I'm saying? Nah, the actors catch a bad rap with that shit.
But I've seen them with their masks.
And rightfully so, because some of them use that shit. People from the set confirmed it in the video I watched about it. See, there's always going to be conflicting reports. Show me that. Link me if you can. But I feel like I saw I saw what that thing back there was, and it wasn't what they're telling everybody is. And I think we easily fall into these traps. Again, there are conspiracies that I do believe, some that have been already exposed and some hasn't, some that haven't. You know what I'm saying? But I believe it was nobody swinging back there.
Okay. All right. What time did you?
And I want people to understand that you too have the right, offered other evidence, to just be like, yeah, makes sense, or not. That's your prerogative as well.
They start today.
I don't know what time they started. I came in slightly later because they had a couple of shots without me in the morning, so I came in at, I guess I arrived there at like about 7:45.
Okay.
Normally I'm there at like 6:30.
All right. And then anything abnormal in the day? Who handed you your weapon in the day?
Hannah.
Hannah did. Okay. And physically handed or put it in the holster?
Handed it to me.
Okay.
She would show me the gun.
Okay.
Or she'd say, cold gun. She'd say, test it, or some language to indicate, she handed me the gun, that it was fine. And she'd say, do you want to check? Okay. And I always didn't want to insult her, I said, because we never had a problem.
Yeah.
And there he is. He just covered a whole bunch of them. Could have been acting, right? Because he said, she showed me. And this and that. But all of those things are proper. All of those things are, you know, even the asking if she wants him to check. And him saying, man, I don't want to insult her, so I just take it. You know what I'm saying? But those are not things you're actually thinking about because you're going to shoot somebody. You know what I mean? It's just the way acting the game is, you know. She hands you a gun. It's cold gun. Cold gun, cool. Boom. This is hot. Hot gun, cool. Hot. We hot. Hot on set, hot. Boom. You know what I mean? Communication. It's a constant thing. Just like when you hear, I don't know if you guys watch The Beast or any cooking shows, you hear people say corner or knife or this or that. There's just constant communication, and supposed to be constant communication like that on a set between you and various people, you know, various people. You got, you between sets, they yell cut, or you're rehearsing, they yell cut on the rehearsal. You're standing there, now you got a makeup person spraying shit on your face, dabbing shit on your face because you're supposed to be sweating, and then you got a wardrobe person at the same time digging around, pulling on the buttons of your shirt, you know what I'm saying? And then you got somebody that says, hey, let me get that back piece for your microphone. Some sound guy, he come and get that. And then you got some, let me get that hammer right there. All right, boom, hand it out, the hammer bow. Boom, they bring the hammer back. Okay, this is cold. Boom, you put it in your shit. Boom, they're done with your makeup. Boom, action. You move on. You know what I'm saying? You're not thinking on the level that we expecting him to be thinking like that, you know? Crash Out said they had to start out with real bullets, so they had to recover the rest of the box and all of the box of bullets and have a count on them. And all the cops had to do was count how many are missing, Shy. You're not understanding, bro. They're not supposed to be no fucking bullets there. Period. They're not supposed to be no live rounds. They're not shooting shit. There's not supposed to be no bullets there. It's supposed to be all bullshit bullets. You gotta be. Crash Out, are you implying someone's hung in the Wizard about a mouth, the loop or something? Yeah, it's very big. You can look it up easy on YouTube. But there's the belief that there's a dwarf swinging in the background, but I'm convinced that's not what it is. But they had to start out with real bullets. I don't even know what that means. So they had to recover the rest of the box and all of the boxes of bullets and have a count on them. There's no real bullets on that set. Not supposed to.
Cold gun. She'd say test it, or some language to indicate, she handed me the gun, that it was fine. And she'd say, do you want to check? And I always didn't want to insult her, I said, because we never had a problem.
Yeah.
And I said, I'm good. So, and the first AD very often will ask, periodically, he'll say, let me check.
Okay.
And they'll have two people check for this very reason, that we don't have any forget about live rounds of bullets, that we have any flash rounds in the gun while we're rehearsing. Because if someone wants to indicate,
See, he's even saying, forget about live rounds. We're just talking about flash rounds. That's already dangerous. Flash rounds. They're already under protocol and language of safety and hot with just a squib bullet. So just imagine a real bullet. It ain't supposed to be no fucking.
I'm thinking, very reason that we don't have any forget about live rounds of bullets, that we have any flash rounds in the gun while we're rehearsing. Because if someone wants to indicate, and they're not thinking, they pull the trigger on the gun, you just hear the hammer, the dead sound of the hammer hitting, and you have.
We've got an incredible show for you tonight.
No flash rounds at all in there for the rehearsal. The rehearsal gun should be empty.
Okay.
And as I said, for the 2 weeks I've been shooting, it has been empty. We haven't had one problem.
And you have you physically checked that, or just by?
She announces to me that it's clean.
Okay.
She'll say cold gun, we rehearse. Then when
they rehearse, and he clicks it, and it pow, and nothing happens. So, there was nothing in that gun until it blew up. Then he's like, wait a minute, why the fuck did this gun just blow up?
And she takes the gun, goes off to a corner. She has a kit, like a zip fanny pack, with her elements in there. She puts the flash rounds in there. She'll say, quarter load, but it's a lower sound. Or she'll say full load. And if you're the crew and you're shooting me close, even if I say the full load, it is rather loud. It's very loud.
Okay.
So she's always announcing what's going to happen.
All right.
And she's been very good about that.
So have you guys, backtracking a little bit on this, because she's telling you what's in these guns, Have you guys been practicing with those quarter loads, the full loads, all that through the past couple of weeks? Or have you shot with them?
I came in on Tuesday. That's what I did Tuesday, the 12th. I came to the ranch, rode the horse. I just got used to that. And because they have a double who really rides in the distance up really fast. And all the athleticism you see me on the horse. And they cut to a watch and another guy riding was a little horseman. I get quite a crew of them.
So today was not the first day that...
No, I shot on Tuesday the 12th with the Henry, the lever, arm action lever, the lever action rifle, and the pistol. I just shot both.
Okay. And
she was there.
All right, moving back forward. What time did you guys break for lunch today?
Round in the scene. We shot.
That's what he's asking. Was it a bullet pulled out the body shot? That's what he's asking. At this point, it just happened. They didn't know. From my understanding, it had to be a bullet, dog. There's no way. I haven't followed the story close enough, but I believe, yes, there was a bullet pulled out of the body. It wasn't pulled out the body. It was pulled out the dude behind her that got shot with the same bullet. Remember, it's one round that went through two people. Jonathan said, thanks, guys. I had no idea that was going around. This interrogation, all the breakdowns put a lot of new knowledge into perspective and how I view my entertainment. Salutes. Yeah, so it was one round that went through two bodies, right? A squib is not gonna fucking do that. A flash round not gonna do that. Cosmetic round not gonna do that. Dummy round not gonna do that. Blank not gonna do that. So I'm had to. They pulled the body. They pulled the bullet out of the other dude. We're gonna get to that. I'm sure they're gonna mention it when we read that last article, right? You know what I'm saying? But that's the point. The point is there was a there wasn't supposed to be a bullet on that set, and there was.
Not flash rounds. It was only Hannah. Only. With her fanny pack with the rounds in there, her equipment.
Okay. Do you know what time you guys got back from lunch?
I guess it's 1:30 by the time we all get back to the set up. There's a base camp, and there's the set. So we go to the base camp for lunch, and they always just drive back, get their wardrobe touched up, get their hair touched up and makeup, whatever we do, and then we're on set. About an hour before we go back on the set.
Okay. And was Hannah the one to physically hand you the gun at
Yes.
that point? Okay. During the time that you had it, was it ever handed off to anybody else?
No.
Okay. Did you see where she got the gun from?
No. She has a station somewhere with all her stuff.
Okay.
Crash Out said it happens sometimes when you're a good shot going through two people. You don't even have to be a good shot. Bullets do strange shit when they hit flesh and bone. Evidently, it went through her side here. It crossed over her back. It crossed through her back, out the other shoulder, and into the next person. So good shot, bad shot, shot at all. It can happen. Magic bullet theory.
Elements and a gun and a couple different guns. Guns for the other actors and some machine guns, holding guns.
Is anybody else allowed in that area?
I don't know, but I know that on this, I've never seen anything that was out of the ordinary. She had like sometimes they have a cart, like almost like if you were using like a hospital catering, you know, there's like a big plastic tray, a dark plastic tray, two levels and wheels. I think that's what she has, but many of the departments have that, and on that tray would be her, or something like that. I don't recall what exactly hers was, but they have a station that they bring to the set.
Okay. Some old revolver.
I believe it was is cooperative.
Revolver. I don't know what size. We'll find out in the article afterwards.
But he goes into a truck and she takes off with it. It's her responsibility to but she has a little place she would go to. And I think she has a truck where she stores it. When they wrap, everything goes into a truck and she takes off.
It's her responsibility. She can't just have guns running around.
In our emails back and forth when we were prepping the film, the period cult. In our emails back and forth when we were prepping the film, she showed me just a couple different styles of guns. This is not a big budget movie, so we didn't have a lot of choices. You know, she showed you 3 or 4 choices. I said, give me the biggest gun you've got.
Okay.
And so I didn't. She showed me different guns by email and different knives by email, cruder knives that were made like someone fashioned the handle out of like elkhorn or things. I took a traditional knife, a leather strap, a handle. We went back and forth about the holster and the material, and we just had a relatively brief conversation. I'm having made a lot of movies, I know how not to stress them out about the budget. When she shows me something, I try to make that work. And so she showed me, I said, just give me the big Colt. We were done. And then on that Tuesday, the 12th, I came and shot that gun.
Okay. What color is it?
Them cops are probably like, bro, stop fucking doing this to us. Stop finger shooting us, bro.
I believe it's a brown handle because she showed me two of the larger Colts. One had a cherry colored handle and one had a brown handle, and I chose the brown handle.
You didn't want the cherry.
I could show you my emails in my phone. I didn't want the cherry, it was too shiny.
Ah, okay.
My character's a little bit in the retirement side of his career, so. He's a retired bank robber.
I'd say out in the Wild West cherry.
You need the gun to match.
Well, you always have people in films. I mean, they go to extensive. You wouldn't believe some films if they have the budget, the details you go into, of all the things you wear.
She hands you the gun. Was this inside or outside?
We're inside the church set.
Okay. All right. So you get back from lunch. Get ready. She hands you the gun. Was this inside or outside?
We're inside the church set.
The church set.
Some crazy sounds in here.
And was it the first rehearsal that the incident happened?
Yeah, I believe so, because we talked about, as we were going to lunch, we're always talking about what's next.
Okay.
So as we were rehearsing scenes, he said, now I want to do a scene where we've done other shots before lunch. He said, when we come back from lunch, we'll do this. And he said, I want you to pull out, show me. Because I was showing you what I thought was the best angle, to see the glint of the gun under my coat. Because you want the scene to work, the shot to work. So where the holster's here, the gun is here, my coat comes around, and I held my hand like it was like I was just cupping my hands, like I was just resting.
Okay.
And I showed him in the rehearsal. So when we came back after lunch, we rehearsed for the camera, and I took the gun. I'm showing him. I'm going to go like this, like this, like this. Cock and turn, bang! It went off. The first time.
Okay, so it was your.
It was the very first time that we were shooting that shot, that we were rehearsing for that shot.
Okay.
That camera shot.
And you may, if you don't know this, did you happen to see? So obviously you guys left from your upper shooting area to go have lunch, or did you eat lunch up there?
No, we always go back to the base camp for lunch.
Okay.
For the stage.
Did the armorers, or did you see the?
See, now they're trying to figure out, okay, what happened between the last shot that y'all did before lunch and this, or not the last shot, the last rehearsal, and this rehearsal that you're doing after lunch, that in the first rehearsal, the first time you let that hammer go, it goes off and ends this lady's life. They're trying to figure out what is the discrepancy in the middle and how did a live round end up in that hammer.
The armorers go down.
No.
No.
Nor would I.
Okay.
And here's another thing. Crash out. If he's acting and he's bullshitting, what's his motive, bro? What's his motive?
They're gone, I'm gone.
Okay.
Do people stay up on set, or does everybody go down?
Well, there are many people who will forego lunch.
Okay.
I take that back, not many. There are some who will forego lunch because they have work to do.
Okay.
Some will hold them a plate. Some they'll bring their own lunch. Many people, they make sacrifices because of their pride for their department.
Mm-hmm.
They may sit there and say, I think I need to paint that wall and touch up that wall. I think I need to distress those boots. They all have work to do. Mm-hmm. And very often, a small number of people will stay up top while we drive down from the set to the base camp. The caterer is there in need, but maybe a modest number of people stay up there.
Okay. All right, and then I just want to clarify, really, I know you're drawing something. All right, so when you had pulled out the gun, obviously you were not at the cameraman, but you had identified there were two people there. Can you tell me who those people were?
My recollection is that the operator was there. He's a Steadicam operator.
Okay.
He's a man who, there's either a camera on sticks that's stationary, or there's a man who operates the Steadicam that moves. The camera operator was there behind the camera, and she was to his right.
And who is she? That's the one I'm asking.
Helena, the cinematographer.
Okay.
The camera director.
And she was right next to the cameraman.
She was to his right, to my left.
And who was behind her?
Joel.
And he is?
The director of the movie.
Okay.
I mean, I guess it just sounds like a lack of common sense, but I guess it's, you know, the first person you look at when a young lady, something happens to a young lady, you look at her boyfriend, or you look at her husband, or you look at her, you know what I'm saying? There's those first things. For them to instantly blame, you know, the actor because he pulled the trigger, like he wasn't there contracted with a job to pull that trigger. He was contracted in there with the job of pulling that trigger, all right? It was the prop master's contract, mandate, and job to make sure that that shit was safe.
Can you recall who exactly was inside at the time of the incident? Or anyone else?
Dave Halls,
Okay.
the first AD. He's in charge of the crew. The first assistant director is the man who's like the foreman of the set. He's in charge of all the grips, all the crew.
Okay.
Electric, cable.
Do you know his name?
Dave Halls.
Okay, let's see.
Dave Halls is always there. Helena, Joel, me, the operator, an assistant camera person, the script supervisor, a woman who sits in the corner in some strategic position to take notes on all the action of the take so you can match. If one day you're doing a scene, you sit there and go, what is your first name?
Samantha.
So they're like, Samantha, you know, it's really important that you and I get together and talk about that case. You drank, when did you, she makes notes so we match every take. That's called continuity. That woman who does continuity.
Breaking it down, they're getting a film class right there. He breaking continuity down for them. Shout out Crash. I said some rich people want to do things in life that they won't get in trouble for, like unaliving someone to feel what it really feels like, the rush. I heard it before from a rich person myself. I don't believe it. That's what every monster's thing is, right? But if we're gonna put that to every person that got some money, it's like, what the fuck are we doing? Every rich person can't be it. So every rich person that ever has an accident or ever accidentally unalive somebody, if we're going to put that on them, it's disingenuous. This is what I'm saying. It's a complete mentality of the situation. Just because a person's an actor, we can't always be like, oh, look at him acting. He bullshitting. You know what I'm saying? We could put it on some of them. We can't put it on all of them. You know? And I'm sure if there's certain rich people, I'm sure in the years that he was on top in his prime, he could have done things that nobody ever knew about. Had skeletons in the closet that nobody ever see. Make sure y'all hit the like button, y'all. Salutes. Appreciate y'all, the concurrent viewers in the vertical chat, in the vertical stream. Salutes to you. Hit that like. But we can't put the same thing. We can't put everybody to the same thing, man, or every time, you know.
Okay.
She's an older woman, like in her 60s.
Especially when there's an easy answer for this. Easy answer, somebody fucked up, somebody had some foul play. I don't know what Hannah's excuse was. I want to hear about what Hannah had to say. I'd love to see Hannah's interrogation if that exists.
That colored blonde hair, maybe, or brown hair. But I forget her name now, but so there's a group of people that are older. And it was, to me, the trigger in a rehearsal that bullet came out. Someone has to have extraordinary access to that weaponry to do that. And position.
Now he's got his own conspiracy theory.
To place a bullet, and it was, to me.
Any part of this incident do you think that any part of this incident that occurred was intentional?
Has to be.
Oh, I can only say this, which is, and it was, to me, to place a bullet and position a bullet that is a live round, to make sure that bullet is in the chamber, if I were to squeeze the trigger in a rehearsal, that bullet came out, someone has to have extraordinary access to that weaponry to do that.
Facts.
I can't imagine somebody walked around with a round that was a 45 caliber round.
45.
So you see, other people on the set were speculating that if it was a 45 caliber round, she'd be dead. It would have blown a big hole in her. And so we're wondering, was the projectile that went in her some foreign material stuck, and it was an accident, it was a flash round, and something came out of the barrel. They didn't check. They always check. But
to your experience with these armorers...
I've never heard of anything like this in my life, ever.
Okay.
I've never heard of a projectile coming out of a prop gun that went through a person's body, regardless of her being a smaller woman, that the bullet went in here.
As musicians, we can't help but drool over amazing gear we see in the wild. And
I'm told.
And I tell you what, he's there, cool, calm, collected. If he wasn't, if he was crying like a bitch, we'd be like, look at him. He's here for an Oscar. You know what I'm saying? The fuck? Shy is its mentality. The fact that a lot of people don't like this man, allow their emotions to overrule logic. Someone didn't do their job, period. There's an easy answer for this shit. Someone didn't do their job. Now the question is, if there's not supposed to be a live round there, you know, did she go shooting on lunchtime and then came back and left a round in there, or did she intentionally put a round in there? Crash, I said, no, I have my own opinion, Jonathan. I don't swing nuts. You act like you were on the set, but no one knows. Only person that loaded the gun, and someone, in fact, loaded the gun. You guys gotta learn how to. Play nicely. You know what I'm saying? Or not. Salutes. I don't think nobody's swinging nuts. That's number one. Number two is. What the fuck was we talking about over there? Yeah, again, I stand on that. I'm not gonna put that on everybody, on every rich person, that they just want to see somebody go down. This guy's saying all the right shit, asking all the right questions, because I'd be asking the same questions if I was him. How is this not intentional if there's a loaded round in this weapon that you handed me, and there wasn't a loaded round in here when I went to lunch? Of course it's intentional somehow. Now, if she threw it on the table and something lodged in the barrel and then it came out after I shot, that's another thing. That's not what happened. There was a bullet in that gun. You know? There's a bullet in that gun. And salutes Crash Out. Jonathan could defend himself, but shit, Jonathan's opinion is that you were stretching. You know what I'm saying? Pretty much. The Matrix. Just kidding. What's the Matrix? Yeah, that whole two world shit. Yeah, but you guys watch too much science fiction, man. No, I got you. Salutes. I appreciate you, Crash Out. I don't think you're taking shots at me. I'm just stating my points on it. You know what I'm saying? There should have never been a bullet on that set.
I've never heard of anything like this in my life, ever.
Okay.
I've never heard of a projectile coming out of a prop gun that went through a person's body, regardless of her being a smaller woman. That the bullet went in here, I'm told, went in here, came out here, her shoulder or whatever, and went into his body and buried him. I've never heard of that in my life. I don't know of any projectile in a gun, in a flash prop gun, that could accomplish that. Now, if somebody put a live round in there accidentally, see, a very important question for Hannah is, have you ever commingled live rounds with theatrical rounds in your kit? Because they're forbidden to do that. Mm-hmm. According to, I think, the union rules and the safety rules for all the unions, you're not allowed to do that because of the fear of what will happen that you commingle. So whether someone accidentally, and I can't even imagine this, deliberately placed a live round in that gun, I've never heard of that in my life. And I don't know anything about what happened, but all I know is when I... See, the other thing about this is, in a live round, you'd have a recoil, usually. When I shot that gun and it went off, I didn't shoot it when it went off. I didn't intend for it for what happened to happen. When that happens is, I'm always told, but because I'm not a gun person, I don't have a gun.
There it is. I'm not a gun person. I don't have a gun. We assume that these people, these actors, they should know what they're doing. No, they don't come from our world, man. These people is petting kittens. Some of them is petting kittens, kissing babies, and voting for their local politicians, bro. He ain't a gun person.
They asked me to simulate the recoil. Always told, but because I'm not a gun person, I don't have a gun. They've always told me, they asked me to simulate the recoil. When I shoot the Colt, which is a big gun, 45 caliber bullet, they always teach me when we should be go action. I go, get back here, boom, and they make me take my hand and go boom and have the kick, because there's no kick in a flash round.
Okay.
And when this happened, I don't recall there being
no kick in a flash round, no kick in a dummy round, no kick in a rehearsal. You know what I'm saying? You got to play that shit. My job used to be stretching people out in the street back in the days, just like Baldwin. Baldwin did it on accident. You saying you was an accident stretcher, man? Come on, man. Baldwin's claiming an accident, bro.
Any kick either. That's important.
Okay. Are you, I know you said you don't own a gun, but are you experienced with shooting guns?
Only as much as actors have to be experienced.
Okay. Which is normally not really.
I mean, like, if you do a movie, safety with weapons.
You see that answer right there? That was it.
Guns? Are you
recall there being any kick either. That's important.
Okay.
He don't recall there being any kick as well, right? When the gun actually went off, right? But that makes sense. He's sitting there acting. He knows that he has to play that recoil. You know what I'm saying? It went off. You know how many millions of things ran into his mind when that shit went off? So I'm sure he don't remember that, feeling the recoil and none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure that shit was nothing in his mind. And he's making a point to say it. I don't remember feeling no kick from it. But you probably didn't feel a kick because it wasn't supposed to go off. All of that shit is in your brain flipping around like, what the fuck just happened here? You know? And then she asked him, you know, are you, you know, you say you're not experienced with guns, but are you experienced with shooting guns? He said, as much as an actor should be.
Are you, I know you said you don't own a gun, but are you experienced with shooting guns?
Only as much as actors have to be experienced.
Okay. Which is normally not really.
I mean, like, if you do a movie, safety with weapons is primary. You go off with people. You go off with armaments people to ranges. I've gone to ranges in Arizona where we shot a lot of guns in a movie many years ago, and you go to a range and you shoot for a few hours, and they teach you how to shoot shotguns, Walther, different, you know, little small guns, James Bond guns, big guns, Uzis, machine guns, whatever you're using. They make you go and rehearse for hours, like a whole day.
Okay.
Yeah, oh, they're very safety conscious, as they have been here. They've been very safety conscious here throughout. That's what puzzles me.
Well,
we didn't have anything.
Yeah, and I guess that's more like the question that I'm trying to get at is, do you think someone would deliberately do this?
I can't imagine who would.
Okay.
Now, people have said, you know, that 6 people got fired from the crew yesterday because they.
He said 6 people got fired from the crew yesterday.
He said that the union. I don't want to get into a long diatribe about this, but the union, the International Association of Theatrical Stage Employees, IATSE is their name. IATSE is the union that controls all the actors.
IATSE, were they on strike at the time? No, they weren't on strike at the time. They were working. Salutes. Jonathan said, Crash Out, I'm not an actor. I'm here trying to hear out what's presented before me so I can come to my own informed conclusion, with Shiloh being an actor walking us through. Salutes. Yeah, we definitely still going at it, Young Jizzle. Crash Out said, me too, self-defense. Self-defense. Okay, no problem, Jonathan. Everyone has their own opinions. Period. Easy. Eddie said, let's remember that Colt he keeps referring to did not use the 45 ACP ammo of today's 45s. The ammo used in those single-action pistols were, quote, long 45. That's one very powerful round. Which is why he's saying that some people were saying, well, why didn't that round blow a hole through her? Why did it go through her and into somebody else? Because bullets do weird shit. You know, who knows? But salutes to you. I appreciate the information, Eddie. So yeah, that shit went off. That shit went off. Went off on the first rehearsal. That shit right there is a mindfuck. He said in the beginning he shot Gusto back in the days, and first thing they teach you is always to treat a gun like it's loaded intel. You can check to make sure it's clear. Again, prop master hands an actor a gun and says, this is cold, this is hot. Most of the time, not me, not ever again. All right. And even then, I always made sure I checked. We used a lot of decommissioned guns that didn't actually function anymore. But now even more, like, it'll always be a mental note. I'm not listening to the prop master. But people do. It's just a fact.
The Directors Guild controls the director, the Screen Actors Guild controls, but all of the crew are controlled by a contract in which those people voted to go on strike against the major studios. the major networks, the major streaming services, but not the independent film community. In fact, the IATSE...
There they go. So this was when IATSE went on strike. This was right before the actor strike. IATSE went on strike before that. And again, but not on independent films, and this was an independent film. But supposedly 6 of those IATSE members got fired off the set the day before. I want to see what he said.
The rep for the New Mexico contract, because every state has different contracts, was instructed by his bosses in LA. He said, don't go on strike. The strike is against the majors, not against the indie people. And in the indie films, there's 6 different tiers, I believe, in terms of the contract, how much they're paid. A bunch of people on the set walked off anyway, even though they were told not to strike. They struck, and they left.
And that was yesterday.
That was yesterday. That was their last day. And the question becomes, I mean, somebody said, would one of them do? I don't even know. I have no idea. I have no idea.
Well, and it was good, because that was mentioned to me, is that it sounded like it was most of the camera crew that walked off set yesterday and quit, and maybe they got fired because they walked off.
It's stuck in our head to check Crash Out. It's not stuck in dude's head is what I'm trying to get across to you. Even, he shot back in the day. He shot guns in a movie or whatever. Man, he's a star. Give him my motherfucking gun. I'm do this acting scene. You know what I'm saying? Just is what it is.
So the other thing is that the 2 major people, like you said,
why did they get fired?
Because that was...
I don't even know their last day. And the strike, they said, Walker paid. A bunch of people on the set walked off anyway, even though they were told not to strike. They struck, and they left.
And that was yesterday.
That was yesterday. That was their last day. And the question becomes, I mean, somebody said, would one of them do? I don't even know. I have no idea. I have no idea.
Well, and it was good, because that was mentioned to me, is that it sounded like it was most of the camera crew that walked off set yesterday and quit, and maybe they got fired because they walked off. So the other thing is that the 2 major people, like you said, the director, those are the ones who got hurt. So with the camera crew and them quitting, and then your director getting injured, as well as Helena, you don't think there's anybody that had any anger towards them or anything that wouldn't want to...
I don't know the details. I know that one guy, whose name I'm forgetting, he was a very heavy-set guy. He was and lovely to me. And he walked up to me and he said, thank you for the things you posted on social media in support of the IATSE strike. And he said, I'd like to talk to you privately. He said, because I've got some of my guys sleeping in their car. Many of the crew here, because they're shooting in Albuquerque and Santa Fe, or Albuquerque
it was in Santa Fe, New Mexico that this was shot.
They live there.
I believe he said it was a 45 Crash Out.
So the drive time, it's kind of common knowledge in the business that the unions in New Mexico signed very bad deals in order to attract movie shooting here.
They were getting treated. They were sleeping in their cars and shit.
They were bringing the complaints. He turned to me and goes, "My guys are sleeping in the deal." There, I can tell you who the big heavy sector. Or do they want somebody to get? What happened? Or was it a bullet?
I could actually show that to you.
Well, he wants to know what was in the what ended up in the director's shoulder as far as bullet. Let's see what they say.
I'm standing there in a rehearsal. I'm thinking to myself, could someone actually believe that in a rehearsal I would actually aim the gun and hit those 2 people? That's far-fetched. Or do they want?
That's another thing. Yeah, that's another thing. You think I'm gonna pull off that magic shot that went through her shoulder, came out the other side, and hit dude in? Nah, man, come on.
Just somebody to get hit, or I keep telling myself more like.
And I don't have no alliances to fucking Alec Baldwin. I don't give a shit. You know what I'm saying? My point is that the obvious is the obvious, the truth is the truth, and the first thought that I had was, wait, this is the prop master's fault. This cannot be, unless they find evidence that the actor switched that bullet after the prop master handed them the weapon. Otherwise, somebody jukes their responsibilities.
Was it an accident? It was a large quarter load makes noise, but it's like kind of a puff compared. But a half load could shoot a projectile if something was stuck in the barrel. And like I said, The thing that is, I think, going to answer all your questions is, what's in Joel's shoulder?
What's in Joel's
shoulder? Is it a rock or is it a bullet?
I could actually show that to you.
What?
What was in his shoulder? We did
they take it out?
So you being on set for so many years, like you said, have you ever seen? You said you've never seen anything come out before.
I've never seen a projectile come out. No.
Right.
No.
But do you know what the bullets look like?
Would it have looked something like this if anything did ever come out of something?
Okay. Okay.
So, let's backtrack a little bit.
Let me say this here.
Hold on.
That's a bullet.
That's a bullet.
That's a bullet. So
right.
as I suspected, somebody put a live round in the gun.
That right there, if I'm him and I'm an innocent man, that's fucking terrifying, bro. That's terrifying right there. He looking at a live round. This is what you dug out of the director's shoulder? That's a bullet, bro. Who the fuck put a bullet in this gun and handed me this pistol? If I'm him, I'm wanting to whoop Hannah's ass right now.
If that's a bullet that was pulled out of his shoulder, then someone loaded a live round into the gun I was holding.
So now, let me ask you, did you see the rounds that were in the gun?
No.
Have you seen, throughout the whole time on set, have you seen what they look like?
Yo, what's up, bro?
She's asking him a distorted question.
Sound good? Just got done with this mix, the second one we just...
She's asking him a distorted question. Have you seen the rounds in the gun? He said no. Throughout the whole time, have you seen them? Well, which ones are we talking about here? I ain't seen this. I ain't seen no real bullet. I seen prop bullets. You know what I'm saying? Dummies, cosmetics, flash ones. But I ain't seen this.
I've watched her load and reload the gun many times.
Have you seen the bullets themselves?
Well, meaning yes, meaning you see sometimes the head, it's the casing, and the head is a pinched, it almost looks like a dumpling. Mm-hmm. It's closed at the top. There is no piece. And you put the cosmetic round in when you know you're going to see. If I hold the gun, if I say to you, what is your first name again?
Alex.
If I say to you, Alex, don't you move a muscle, darling, I'm going to blow you. The camera shoots me. You want to see the material in the cylinder, the cosmetic, clay-based, non-bullet round.
So can you describe to me what those clay-based rounds look like?
They look like a bullet.
What colors?
They're gray. They look exactly like a bullet. Brass head and a brass base, packed with something, I'm assuming, and then the heads look like a bullet. So cosmetically, you see that in the cylinder. The other rounds you shoot have it's the base with the pin.
That's the thing. It's not a cut and dry question what they're asking him. That's why he's telling them. The color of the bullet itself, not the casing, the color of the bullet of itself has to be enough for the camera to pick up. So that might not be the same as one of the ones that's packed up with the shit that's supposed to blow out the poof of smoke and the spark. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's not a cut and dry question. And that's why he can't give them cut and dry answers.
This comes up, and this comes up, and it's a round like this. And if you look at the top, if you're looking down at the bullet, with the not the pin down here, the top of it, if you look at it's folded in almost like a like a dumpling,
like a pinch.
Exactly, it's like a folded up thing, and the char and all that does is go boom.
So
there's no projectile there.
If I showed you a couple rounds, would you be able to tell me if they're the ones that look like they were on set?
Probably. I think I could probably tell you which were the rounds that were put in cosmetic.
Okay.
And which were the rounds that were the flash rounds.
All right.
Now, forgive me because I'm very upset right now.
I know.
But you know what I'm saying, so please don't forgive my weirdness about this. That's what came out of Joel's shoulder.
Yes.
Yeah, he's dumbfounded. How did that happen? If I ain't do it, how did that happen? Young Jizzle said, getting my sip on, making drinks. I'm at my cousin, still got to drive home. All right, make sure you pick yourself a cutoff time and drink some water, my brother. Safe travels. No drinking, driving. Salutes.
Yes. And the reason why I was showing it, because you said you have experience, but you're saying when this does come out, it's supposed to just puff and not really be...
See, she don't understand. You showing me two different things. She's saying, yeah, when this comes out, well, that don't come out, lady. You're looking at a bullet. when something comes out of a round, it's either you know, the wadding that they put in there to create the blast and the spark and all of that shit. Like, no projectile. She's looking at the projectile saying, when this comes out, no, there's no projectile supposed to come out of it.
Hard object.
If there's any chance that when you look at the gun, so here's the barrel, here's the sight, and the cylinders around it has the holes.
Mm-hmm.
We're just looking at the gun, the camera's eye view.
Yeah.
When you look at the cosmetic rounds go in, they have no flash. But if you want to have cosmetic rounds that flash, if you want me to hold the gun, you see the bullets, and I shoot, that material is often a clay or, you know, fabricated material that just disintegrates, just turns to powder.
And
the round that you put that you don't see, you're not seeing down the barrel, you're shooting, those are the flash rounds, which have the top that looks like it's like folded kind of things like this, where it's all, it looks like someone's packed it and closed it.
But specifically today was supposed to be either empty or the ones that don't even make anything.
Are you an actor?
Yeah,
Are you trying to book your next big role? Don't know where to start?
Cold rounds.
So cold round, the one with the hole in it.
Yes.
And it's not supposed to puff up or powder off, like you said. Nothing.
Halls told me that when he checked the rounds with her, they were all had the holes in them. And sometimes he told, when I wasn't familiar with this, they'll take the round, and if it's a cold round, it'll have the holes, and inside will be BBs, and you shake it.
Yeah.
When you shake the BB, it's an acoustic thing to tell you that's a cold round.
Okay, and yeah, that's what
inside this base is stuff that rattles, little BBs that rattle. So you take it, that's a cold round that goes in the gun.
Okay, and that's what you were supposed to have today.
I was supposed to have an empty gun.
Empty.
See?
Or when we
See? The gun was supposed to be empty on rehearsal and only loaded with the bullshit rounds for the live shot.
Shot for the rehearsal empty, and then when we shot the flash rounds that everybody prepped.
Shot the lady during the rehearsal.
And then she says, "Hot gun." She announces it, and the crew gets ready.
But that you didn't even get to that
I
part.
rehearsed with a hot gun. Now.
But you were supposed to be cold.
Well, it was supposed to be cold or empty, but now, not only did I rehearse with a hot gun, I rehearsed with a gun that had a bullet inside.
Right.
If that's what came out of your show, this is the most horrifying thing I've ever heard in my life.
Well, so yeah, and that's why I wanted to make sure that anytime that you've shot a hot gun, you've never seen anything like this come out before.
Never.
It's a bullet. Bullet ain't supposed to come out. If those come out, people die. That's what happened.
Problems. I could tell you what a projectile looks like, and that does look like a projectile.
But say, that's a bullet.
Yeah, so that's what comes out of.
Well, I think the question, I mean, I don't want to tell you your job, but I'm so sick about this, so sickened by this, that a bullet passed through this girl's body. She's in critical condition in a hospital right now, and I fired the gun. And if you don't think I feel really, really shitty about that, I do, but the question becomes, to ask Hannah, did you commingle live bullets? What they call live rounds.
Just give him the benefit of the doubt. If you believe he's an innocent man, again, the courts believed he was an innocent man, and they threw the case out. If you believe he's an innocent, just pretend you believe he's an innocent man. Think about how confused he has to be right now. A person who has shot guns and filmed before, he's filmed a million scenes. You know what I'm saying? Jonathan said, don't some hammers have like the orange mark or something at the tip to help differentiate, help prevent? Absolutely not. It's supposed to look real. You can't see no orange nothing on no, you know. I mean, I'm sure now they've taken more precautions and probably, you know, edited out in post, but that's expensive. Productions don't want to do that shit, you know. Again, there's a whole bunch of other things in place. So where we shouldn't have to put orange marks at the tip of pistols on movie sets, because there's other things in place that are supposed to keep this from happening, which is why he's dumbfounded at the thought, at the idea that there was a live round and a hammer that he had in his hand on a movie set during a rehearsal. He's tripping. Just take it, just put it in your head, maybe pretend that you believe that he's innocent. He's dumbfounded, disgusted, all of that shit. Because that's not supposed to happen. That's not the business we're in.
Live round, that's a bullet. To ask Hannah, did you commingle live bullets? what they call live rounds. When they say live rounds, that's a bullet that a police officer would shoot. Where did that come from in her kit?
Yeah.
She commingled live rounds with dummy rounds or movie rounds.
And we asked her that. Do you know where you guys get the rounds from? Who orders it? Or you don't have any part of any of that?
For me?
Yeah, like,
That's her, yeah.
All familiar, okay.
All I know is when we come to the set, you hand me a cold gun, nothing's in reverse. Then we load the gun with the flash rounds and we shoot.
So Hannah tried to say that it must have came like that in the box of dummy rounds, which there's not even supposed to be a dummy round in there anyway on a rehearsal. You know what I'm saying? But she's making it seem like he places the orders and shit. Like Hannah made it seem like this cop's making it seem like Hannah made it seem like, hey man, he ordered these bullets. This is how they came. He don't know nothing about that. They hand him a hammer, he does his thing. Crash, I said, Jonathan, are you talking about a loaded indicator? And if so, not on a revolver. If you're talking about, what comes in the mag of like a Glock, the orange joint, but none of that. This is supposed to be an old Colt revolver in a Western. You're not gonna see none of that. And here's the thing: it doesn't matter. There's other things in place that should keep this from happening, and it didn't.
Do you know where you guys get the rounds from? Who orders it? Or you don't have any part of any of that?
Who, me?
Yeah, like,
that's her, yeah.
All familiar, okay.
All I know is when we come to the set, you hand me a cold gun, nothing's in reverse. Then we load the gun with the flash rounds and we shoot. That's it. Every time. We never had a problem.
So you didn't even get part to that second part of you'll hand it back. I do want to ask you about Dave Hall. I understand sometimes she'll hand the gun off to Dave Halls and then he'll hand it to you. Did that happen at this incident?
I never recall them ever doing it.
It was Hannah handing it.
I never recall. I recall that when we would stop the scene.
Sounds like Hannah was throwing everybody in between her and that weapon. Now Hannah told her, hey man, I usually hand it to Dave Hall, the assistant director. He hands it to Alec, so it could have been him. I don't know, Hannah. I think you are irresponsible with your job. Somebody died over it.
If we finish the scene, Halls is someone who is assumed by his position to be authorized to do nearly everything. So if I was doing a scene with you and we finished the scene, or we finished your angle and we were going to turn around and shoot my angle.
Yeah, he don't have no problem. David Hall being the assistant director, there's no problem with him saying, cut, all right, go ahead, I'll take that from you. And he take the hammer and he give it to the prop master. There's nothing nefarious in that. That's something that could happen.
When they say turning around, that means it's time to go to the bathroom, go get a bottle of water, go get a coffee, go smoke a cigarette. We have a break. And if I was going to go to the bathroom, I'd hand Halls the gun.
Oh, you want to hear that shit on a long day of set? Turning around, you want to hear that shit. It's been a long day, you've been shooting one way, and then they're like turning around. Now they got to reset everything, turn it around to the other side of the room, and you get to go have your chill time.
Gift her. I would only hand it to her, or if she wasn't around, if she was away because she'd be at the shop, they clearly hand Halls the gun, they give it to her. Give this to Hannah.
So sometimes you would hand the gun to Halls, but you never, he never handed the gun to you.
No.
Okay.
No, never.
But you would hand it to him.
I'd pass it off to him if she was not on site and I was going to run to use the bathroom. I was going to buy it. But that's very typical. Halls is empowered and authorized to hand him the weapon. He's the only other person to hand the weapon after we were done. Whether it was a cold gun with no things or flash rounds, I'd say hot gun, hand it to him. Well, usually not, because usually it was a hot gun. If it was a hot gun we were going to shoot, she'd be right nearby. If I hit, because other times we have rubber guns.
See that makes sense. If it was a hot gun, she'd be right nearby, waiting for the scene to be over for her to take her responsibility. That weapon. Raven says it. However it came in whatever box is still the prop master's job to look and check the gun. It was the prop master's job. Facts.
I think. Yeah.
My bad. I meant the chain of command system to help prevent the situation for insurance reasons. Thank you guys for helping me out. No, but they also, I think now they're adding that orange tip shit, and I think they have to take that out digitally in some films afterwards. And that costs money. Productions ain't gonna want to do that, but they make it a rule. They make it a rule. I just think it's unnecessary when people should be doing their fucking job. All right, because think of how many movies are shot, how many John Wick movies are shot, and nobody dies. Like, what are we talking about here? You know?
Yeah. And specifically, right before this incident, Hannah handed you the gun and said, "Cold." It wasn't Dave.
I don't be cold. No, Hannah handed me the gun.
Okay, it wasn't anybody else but Hannah.
No, Hannah handed me the gun.
And she specifically said.
I believe she said cold. I don't recall exactly.
Where? So this is I'm not that great of a drawer, but this is the church. This is the front where the
you enter here. Yeah.
Church, cross is. Where did she hand the gun to you? Inside while you were
yes, because I was seated.
You were.
In other words, I was. This is the scene in the church where you come in and there's a lot of disarray. There's benches tipped over. And here was one bench that was upright and sturdy. Some of the other benches are prop benches, so they can smash easily with explosives. You want the gunfire to have fake benches. They're made of a lighter wood, so they put charges inside. So when you shoot, cinematically, when a guy's shooting a gun and you turn around and see what he's shooting at, you're going to see charges that are buried inside. They put a little material around it, you're going to see boom, 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 see flash. That is a prop bench. There were prop benches around that they were eventually going to put, today we're going to put squibs in to have them blow up. And this was a real bench, a heavy, because if you sat on the prop bench, it would break. Mm-hmm. This was a live bench, and I sat here, and the camera was here, and she was here, and Joel was here.
She being Helena?
Helena.
Okay, and?
I'm here on the bench, sitting. I'm right here to the right. I'm all the way to one side. They wanted me to go all the way to that side. And the camera guy was here. He's behind. Hannah was here. Joel was here. Where the other people, I believe that the script woman is always in that corner so she can see the actual. And when I shot the gun away from the cameraman, I would never aim the gun at the camera.
They didn't ask you that, motherfucker. They asked you, where did she hand you the gun? Now, did she hand it to you sitting on that bench? I could see it happening, man. Sitting on that bench, all right, action on rehearsal, boom.
And she was there, and the gun went off, and she just went right on the ground.
What about the armorer, though? Or was she?
She's outside.
Okay.
She hands me the gun.
In. She hands me the gun all the time.
And then what?
If there's any shooting involved in the scene,
Crash Out, no, he's not saying that, so is he trying to say the bench did it now? No, he's not saying that at all. That's what you're saying, though.
He always hands me the gun.
Never has Dave handed you the gun?
Never.
Okay. And then she goes back outside.
She waits outside because she just can't be there, so they didn't want to see. Sometimes in scenes there's reflections, like, you see. So you only need the necessary crew in there for shooting the camera. Everybody else leaves, and as soon as they say cut, they come running back in.
Okay. Real quick before she shows you that, the other thing I wanted to know, and it's probably helping she does show you those rounds. Have you, in your experience, ever been told that you're not supposed to cock the gun?
No.
No, you're okay.
He wanted me to cock the gun in the scene.
Okay.
He wanted it as part of the scene. He said, "I'm going to take the gun out, turn, and cock it into to the right, my left, to their right of the lens." In other words, if I'm sitting here and you're the camera, we don't talk about my left. We talk about camera right. Camera right. You only talk about the camera. Camera right is my left. Okay. So if I'll say to you, "Where do you want me to aim the gun?" They'll say, "Camera right." So I aim the gun to my left.
Okay.
So I always aim the gun away, but she was there. And in the rehearsal, he wanted me to pull out the gun and cock the gun. And if you're assuming you have a cold gun, there's no problem.
Right.
And again, a cold gun I'd had, every time we've used guns in this film the last 2 weeks, we never had one problem. Never. Never.
Okay. And I don't, maybe we discussed this when I was going, after the gun was shot, who did you hand the gun to?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember. I made everybody.
Raven said, "Thank you, Hannah is at fault, and she may have to put the live round in to be funny. People do stuff thinking they funny all the time. Nah, that's just if she think if she thinks that's funny, then she should have just pulled it on herself. You know what I'm saying? That shit ain't funny. She knows it's not funny. She didn't get that job for it to be funny. She knows it's not funny. I want to understand what was the reason there was a live round there. What conclusion they eventually came to. All right, that's why I'm still here at 2:00 in the morning trying to figure this shit out. Crash Out said I like him as an actor myself. Yeah, and you just got to be aware. You just got to be ready to not, die on a hill that you might be wrong on. You know what I'm saying? So far, I ain't heard no red flag from Buddy. And again, if I were to hear an actor that was up here and it sounded like he did some irresponsible shit, he would have caught it from me too. Yeah, that's devilish. That shit ain't funny. If she thought that's funny, that's just an evil bitch. She wildin'. It sounds like he hasn't been told that the actress has died, correct? I am certain he said, now someone is hurt. Yeah, no, he also says she's in he told the cop, isn't she? She's on ICU, so-and-so. So he does not know she's dead. And he stopped and he had to cry to himself after he realized that it was really a bullet. Just imagine he's innocent. You're an innocent man. You're at work one day, because that's what it is. It's a job. You're at work one day. You've been doing the same thing. It's muscle memory. 45 is not a revolver. Then I don't know. I don't know what it was. I don't know what it was. Then salutes Ivan. You're at work one day. You're doing the same thing you always do. They hand you a hammer. You let the hammer go. You took a life. So now, or you don't know you took a life. You hurt somebody. You're an innocent man. You're a good guy. You live with your family. Everything's great. You just at work one day. This happens. That's what I see him going through right there. I see him going through, and he don't know that she's gone yet, and she might not be gone yet. You know what I'm saying? At this point. But I also don't see. I don't see what other questions are for him, unless the questions are, hey man, did you put a bullet in that thing? Did you do it? Did you put a bullet in that thing? Otherwise, it's very simple case. The person that was responsible for this weapon let something go astray and something went wrong. What happened? Crash Out said, but you could be wrong, Shy, because he got money. They got out that jam. Money talks, bullshit walks. Listen, money and fame is one thing. Yeah. What did JD DeLay say? JD DeLay said he was only threatened with like 1.5 years in jail for a manslaughter case, and he was crying like a bitch. You know what I'm saying? When a regular person would have got 7 years. But that shit don't make him guilty, nigga. And everybody with money don't have to be getting themselves out of, bro, we talk this money shit. Money ain't never saved nobody's lives. Now, we got the Rockefellers that we hear that they get, and there is some rich motherfuckers out there that they get organ transplants every couple of years on everything and get to re-up. That's a benefit of them being rich. You know what I'm saying? But everybody don't have that fucking pleasure. At the end of the day, when the Grim Reaper comes for you, he comes for you. Steve Jobs' money didn't save his motherfucking ass. Epstein's money, if Epstein's dead, he didn't save him. You know what I'm saying? Like, just because he got money doesn't mean that he shot this fucking lady and got himself out of a jam. Right? I'm sure there's other motherfuckers this dude would have wanted to probably murk that he didn't. Right? And it sets a bad precedent if we're just going to be the court of public opinion. And of course, you could say any theory that you could imagine, Crash Out, you could say it. So can I. Any theory that I can imagine, I could say, man, the Illuminati sacrificed for her. He told her he got to sacrifice her, or he don't move on, or whatever. Or it was a dumb bitch named Hannah that was a product of nepotism that fucked up. You know what I'm saying? And got somebody killed, and somebody else blamed for it. While she tried to put people in between. I'm hearing the cop tell on her. The cop is snitching on Hannah, on Hannah's interrogation, whether the cop's lying about it or not. She's saying Hannah said that sometimes you hand it to Dave and Dave hands it to her, and sometimes she hands it to Dave and Dave hands it to you, adding an extra set of hands to it. And she also said she don't know who ordered those bullets, those dummy rounds or this or that. She's putting people in between her and what happened, So again, there is a possibility. There is a possibility, whatever the percentage may be. Yeah, he's a rich guy that decided to murk somebody just to feel it. And he's just lying. He got out of it with money. And another thing that you people do is pocket watch. And I'm saying in general, Crash Out, don't take it personal. Pocket watch. You know what I'm saying? For every person that you think is just a rich actor, sometimes it's just a working actor just getting by. We think he rich, but he's just famous. Everything in his life is leveraged. Everything is based on credit sometimes. We look at all these people, we be like, they're rich. They can get away with everything. They can't. They can't. Ivan, they make revolvers at 45, brother. I can't imagine the immense feelings this dude is feeling internally. Wait, there's a 45 long called old school revolvers. There's still at least manslaughter in real life at the end in the bracket of the law. They still make new 45s too, Ivan. Y'all have that argument amongst yourselves. Salute Luis Garcia. But yeah, you can't. If we're gonna do that to everybody, then so that means I get money. Crash Out, I get money one day, and then all of a sudden everything I say is bullshit because I got money now, and I could just get myself out of shit. Like, it don't be like that. Everybody ain't like that, and everybody ain't got it like we think they got it. I'm down to keep going. Will you guys still be here in 20, 30 minutes? I need to take meds and have a dressing change real quick. Handle your business, bro. We might be here. If not, don't worry. The playback will be there, and we'll say our saludos to you before we go. But I think we'll be here. I still got some time on this video, and I want to read the final article from the New York Post. So go do your thing. Take your time. All right? Salutes. Health first, brother. Health first.
Freaked out.
Yeah, I think so. Okay.
It was one of those two people halls over.
Most traditional buy now, pay later options have 4 fixed payments.
If I'm him and I ain't got no reason to murk this lady, and if I'm him and I'm just a dude that's on my way to work and doing my thing, and this happens to me, bro, I'm tripping right now. Like, what? Who would do this to me? He probably thinking, is this to set me up specifically? Was this to unalive that lady specifically? Is this some kind of CIA operation? Just pretending that he's innocent, which he is, right? But just pretending that, just going through all of those thoughts going through. Why is there a bullet in this gun? Why did I come to work today that was supposed to be just a job and somebody's life is gone? And he don't even know her life is gone yet.
I don't really know. I would imagine, well, there's the dummy there. So that's probably a dummy round. And there's no drill in.
Shout out, Jonathan. I appreciate y'all. Salutes everyone holding it down. I'll be back ASAP. Take your time, brother. Do it thoroughly. Salutes.
That might be a flash round. And as I said,
so flash rounds do not have holes.
Well, the flash round has a charge in here of powder, different sizes. Like I said, quarter, half, full load, and a wadding in there to pack it in. It's packed in tightly. Okay. So when you hit this pin, it explodes. Now, sometimes it has this material there if you have the cosmetic feature through the gun and then shoot. But often it has. There's the BBs.
They definitely got him, but I don't know that how she put them down on the table. I even said fingerprints on the casing. They definitely got him to touch them casings up. My question is, how did she put it on the table?
This is a dummy round. No dummy here, but there's that. My point is that very often when you give me, when she's loaded the gun with rounds for us to go hot and flash and shoot, they've had that creased, folded head. The dumpling head, as we say.
Okay.
They've almost never looked like this for the flash. Only when the camera sees inside the cylinder do you put those in there.
But those are both dummy rounds.
That's a dummy round. And that's a dummy round. That's what they taught me.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert.
I am. I'm sure you have more experience with dummy rounds than we do.
I doubt that. I'm sure I always say to my wife, I think I should get a gun. I'm getting a little nervous about the world I'm up. I was like, no gun with my house. I got 6 kids. I'm 63 years old, and I have an 8-year-old, a 6-year-old, a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, a 1-year-old, and an 8-month-old that we had as a surrogate.
Oh
my daughter.
My God.
Sorry, guys, I was muted. There was first I went back because I want to see why they're laughing, right? And then we go here. Zorada said, like, I believe Kevin Spacey recently came out saying he had nothing to do. He had nothing. He was in debt. I'm not sure if you guys have seen it. I haven't seen it, but it's a real thing. Like, it's hard out here for it's not even fame, just being recognized by people. People that work regular lives, they see these people, they recognize them for something. They be like, oh, that person got money. That person probably made $1,000 for a thing that you see all the time, and you just think they're paid, and they just struggling like everybody else. And even the people with him, he got generation. He been doing it a long time. He 50 years in the game, getting money, his whole family. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know how much money he got to save his own life. Yeah, sorry, I fucking muted myself a tweet. We back though. We back. It's 2:30 in the morning where I'm at. What's it? 2:15. And we chilling. I want to see what they was laughing about though.
I'm 60.
I went to refresh my drink and all of a sudden they started laughing and shit.
But those are both dummy rounds.
Camera sees inside the cylinder. Do you put those in there?
But those are both dummy rounds.
That's a dummy round. That's a dummy round. That's what they taught me.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert.
I'm sure you have more experience with dummy rounds than we do.
I doubt that. I'm sure I always say to my wife, I think I should get a gun. We get a little nervous about the word I met. I was like, no gun with my house. I got 6 kids. I'm 63 years old, and I have an 8-year-old, a 6-year-old, a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, a 1-year-old, and an 8-month-old. Because
that's how I'm trying to be at 63 years old right there, man. All right? Y'all, I just want y'all to hear my future real quick.
I got 6 kids. I'm 63 years old, and I have an 8-year-old, a 6-year-old, a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, a 1-year-old, and an 8-month-old will be as a surrogate.
Oh my God.
That's gonna be me, 63 years old, with an 8-year-old, a 7-year-old, a 6-year-old, a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, a 4-year-old, a 1-year-old, a 6-month-old.
I'm 63 years old, and we had 6 kids in 7 years. So my wife she was born in the U.S. but raised in Spain. She's like, Alec, we will not be having any guns in the house. No. But
okay.
I believe that's a dummy round.
So you call this a flash round, right?
No. Flash round means there's a charge in there.
Well, they keep and is it to confuse him, or is it to know themselves? But they don't. They be asking the same questions. They be posing the wrong questions, like they did earlier when she's like, when this comes out, that don't come out. It's a bullet. That's a projectile. That ain't supposed to come out of there.
No charge in there.
Salutes. Young Jizzle said he made it home. Salutes to you, Jizzle. I appreciate you getting home safely. Zorada said this is a country, the more you make, the more you get taxed. That's just the facts. It's just the facts.
You hear that sound?
Zorada said, and a surrogate. He ain't playing no fucking games. And a surrogate.
No charge in there if you see that.
So what happens when you shoot these? Or to what you?
You put them in there cosmetically with nothing in them so that through the cylinder you can see that.
Okay.
You can see in the cylinder whether the cylinder is empty, or they look bad, continuity-wise, or that there's a round in there. So they put a cosmetic round in the chamber. They load the gun, close it, and then I hold the gun. You see the things in there. A flash round would be like what crimped is the word. A crimped round with a charge inside. And that one shoots, and there's no projectile.
See, that's the part people be not understanding. There's no projectile. It shoots. It makes a pop. It makes a fucking, it shoots little gases, and it shoots little pieces of they stick, it's like a wadding, like yarn or whatever the fuck, clay or whatever they use in there. Boom, but there's no bullet. Why you touch it for? Not a smart move. Touch the bullets.
햄이 보기보다 되게 외로운 여자예요.
I'm really challenged whether they ever see. I doubt. Sometimes they have these where you can do both, but that's the clay material. But usually, 99% of the time when we shot a flash round, it was the crimp thing, and you don't see it.
He not only touched it, he been all over them things, back and forth, touching them shits.
The cylinder. So you're the camera, and I'm not pointing where you can see it. I'm off a little bit, and all you see is the flash.
Do you know what would happen if you shot one of these? Have you ever had experience with that?
Nothing.
Nothing happens with them?
There's no charge in them. This indicates.
That's just to be seen by the camera inside the gun. There's no charge in it. It's just meant to be seen inside the barrel. Barrel's here, barrel's right there, and you see the bullet inside the gun.
Well, sometimes they have the pin to create something. I'm just saying, when I look at this, when I go like this, now, by the way, there could be a charge in there. And that charge and those BBs could come out. I don't know enough about it to know whether this rattling indicates that it's an empty, a cold round. That's obviously a cold round, because that's where the gunpowder would be in here. That's a cold round. This, I'm assuming, is a cold round, because they go like this to tell themselves it's a cold round.
He ain't touched all of them bullets.
I believe, please don't take my word for it.
Just in your experience.
I'm a father of 6 children, pretty much. That's all I do these days. My experience is those are both cold rounds.
Okay.
And I was told by Halls that when they took the gun away and looked at them, every round inside the gun was a cold round except the one round was not only a hot round, it was a live round with a bullet. If you're telling me that that's what came out of his shoulder, there's something really, really scary going on here.
Now he's saying that Hall told him there was a bullet casing in there, a real bullet casing. All cold rounds except for the one. Now, is he saying that to save his ass or to add some stank to it, or is it the truth?
It was a live round with a bullet. All I do these days, my experience is those are both cold rounds.
Okay.
And I was told by Halls that when they took the gun away and looked at them, every round inside the gun was a cold round except the one round was not only a hot round, it was a live round with a bullet. If you're telling me that that's what came out of his shoulder, there's something really, really scary going on here.
Well, and I think that's
which is probably what Hall probably did tell him that. Hall probably did tell him that, and that's why he got there. And he's like, I need to know what was in that gun. What are y'all gonna pull out of that man's shoulder? Shy, man, I ask what you drinking on. It's some fresh H2O. That's it, man. Straight H2O right now. Straight H2O.
He was trying to ask is if any time, well, you said these are cold ones, but the ones that are not cold, the quarter,
right?
Those
they have the crimped head.
Have you ever seen anything like that ever come out on set?
No, it's not possible.
Not possible. Okay.
It's not possible.
Yeah, they don't have a head.
I'm saying these.
They don't have there's no projectile.
There's no projectile. Okay. So then, and these shouldn't.
Somebody put a live bullet in the gun.
Okay.
Period.
Because these shouldn't separate or do that either.
No.
No.
Now, talk to me about training and weapons and all of that. These women are trained in weapons, right? They don't understand the difference between there's no projectile and these, and a real bullet. They still sitting. So you're saying one of these can't and one of these wouldn't? And no, they fucking wouldn't. Do you not understand there's no projectile?
No, probably.
Like that shouldn't come out either if it does.
If you did a flash round, that wouldn't be there.
Okay.
This is a cosmetic round only.
Right.
I point the gun, that's in the cylinder. When we shoot the gun, 99% of the time, it's a flash round that you don't see the cylinder.
Mm-hmm.
You're the camera, and I'm slightly off, so you don't see the
I'm sorry, we keep having you explain that, but it's just because there's different rounds.
Right. I'm saying this is a cosmetic round, to my knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
And if there is, another question for you is there a cosmetic round? Is there a flash round that has the head, which I believe they have, where you could shoot into the gun? Meaning, if the director wants you to aim the gun at the camera, they put a lucite screen up there, and I shoot the gun at you, you can see the bullets inside there, where they can go.
Increase your profit and work less time with Kittle, a genius new AI tool, which is
to do that with a computer.
Mm-hmm.
But if I put the thing toward you and then shoot, they'll have a round that has this on there that'll explode. But again, I've been told that is a clay material or something that just dissolves on explosion. Mm-hmm. No projectile comes out. On a flash round, it blows up. that you shoot on camera, quarter, half, full. There is no projectile unless some material is stuck in the barrel.
No projectile unless some material is stuck in the barrel. He's been saying this since the first 10 minutes of this conversation.
Okay. And I thought for sure what happened was, did they not check there was a stone or whatever? Now again, I am speechless.
He just said 99% it's a fake round. Well, he got the 1% it wasn't. I don't know what context he said that in, but whatever happened.
We're here shooting, everything was going fine. Joel is my friend. I'm one of the producers on this movie. We've developed this movie together for 3 years. I left my wife and 6 kids in New York to come here for a month to shoot this movie, and I'm the one that shot the gun today that had a live bullet go through that woman's body and into his body. And I need to know, how did that happen? Where did that bullet come from? Where did there are no live rounds in her kid, I'm told. Everybody is sitting around waiting for me to come here with all the sheriffs and all the people that were there, waiting for us to get ready to come and do this with you. But all they did was talk about that. But it's speculation of like, in her kit, she doesn't have live rounds.
And that's what we were told. That's what when we asked her, she said there is no live rounds, not even in her kit, not on set, anywhere. So
for that very reason,
we want to know the same question too. Yeah, how, if there's not supposed to be any live rounds on set,
then it comes down
how
to
and who
possible manufacturer defect.
Or them.
That a cosmetic round shot this projectile through them?
No way.
Is that possible? Did you find out? I don't know.
It's possible.
Oh, it is. They told you that mechanically if that's possible.
Yes. So sometimes there is a charge in the end of not intentionally, but
I can't trust her information because I don't know that she knows what the fuck she's talking about anyway. She's saying that can go through 2 bodies. That's that fucking bullshit clay top. Not intentionally, but by mistake.
Today I sit here, and whether it was a misfiring theatrical round or a live one, I shot this.
How was the party? I heard y'all had a good time. I went over there and said it was in a dress. I was like, all right, salutes. I had to go live. Salutes. Hope y'all had a good party. Nah, Shy's sober, so don't talk no shit. I'll get a wrench to get you. Huh? Salutes, Big Blunt.
This woman with a gun today. God, doesn't feel so good, you know, today. Misfiring theatrical round or a live one. I shot this woman with a gun today. God, doesn't shot her. Today I sit here, and whether it was a misfiring theatrical round or a live one, I shot this woman with a gun today. God, doesn't feel so good, you know.
Come on.
Now I want to know forensically, what's the truth? You know what I'm saying? What's the truth? Is the truth that it was a faulty theatrical round, or did somebody put a real bullet in there? I don't know what the facts are. Unless you followed it more than me.
I feel really bad. You know, it's like everything was going great. The only problem we had was when these 6 guys wanted to quit. And there, I don't know the jargon, but their union rep or whatever in the New Mexico contract, different contracts in different states, the person that was in charge of these people and a kind of a pipeline, a lot of shooting going on, a lot of movie TV work in Albuquerque, Santa Fe. The person was their head person was told them, don't strike. It's not, again, we don't want to cripple the indie business and put all of our employees out of work. Our indie contract is.
If you've been in, that's nothing. False information, copper facts. Prebz said you like his dress. Listen, all that matters, Prebz, is that he liked this dress. All right, that's all that matters. I do think he should have had on his I think he has a pair of Bart Simpson SBs. He should have had those on feet. Salutes.
Injured in a car accident, don't call an attorney. Use this AI app instead.
Is set for now. You have a contract you're under. Now we can renegotiate that contract, which no doubt they will. But in the meantime, you have a contract that you agreed to. They left. They walked off. And I don't, when he said to me, well, my guys are sleeping in my car. Those are tough. The men, the women, and we try to put and then some days we wrap the theory.
So how did you see Zay's dressed tonight? We had fun. I'll drop some. I'll see if I drop a screenshot and some links in my Discord. Salutes.
The day before they walked off the job, we wrapped at 5:45 in the afternoon. We had a very reasonable day. A very easy day. Say it was 6 o'clock. Because I'm driving away with them, and I waved to that guy. The guy said, "I want to talk to you." The heavyset guy. Yeah. And I'm leaving. I said, "I'll see you tomorrow," and I left because I want to get home.
Right.
I want to go call my kids before they go to bed in New York. And
and they out of
yesterday
pocket
when I was
anyway.
driving with,
Like I get it. Go talk to the actor. You know, your guys are sleeping in the car. You feel you're getting mistreated and shit, but don't be standing people down. Crash, I said we had a starter pistol back in the days, and the barrel had a metal pin in the barrel to prevent things like this happening. Yeah, but we did use, because things are changing now, we used a lot of real hardware on these sets. You just have to have a trusted prop master, bro. That's it. That type of shit ain't supposed
when
to happen.
I saw him, the sun was still out. We didn't shoot a day like we usually shoot till we lose the light.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we're here, to shoot New Mexico.
Yeah.
New Mexico is the star of the movie. Yeah.
Okay. So do you, in your opinion, feel that this could have been an accident? Or do you...
I want to believe that, but let me ask you this, because I don't know anything about this, because it was such mayhem when this happened.
Mm-hmm.
Because think of all the years, like you said about the pin and the starter pistol, think of all the years between the Brandon Lee shit and this happening. You know what I'm saying? Two different things. There was something lodged in the barrel, supposedly, of that weapon. And it was a flash charge, and that has gases, and that blew it out and dislodged and hit him. But all of this time, and nobody's, it don't happen often, but it shouldn't happen at all. That's why nobody be thinking about it. Like, nobody's worried about it. But that's why you have a good prop master that they're supposed to worry about it. They're supposed to be on top of that shit.
It was sick that this happened, because we didn't know. No one imagined. Everyone thought she was hit by wadding or she got burned. No one presumed she was shot with a bullet. Any projectile went through her body. No one even considered that wasn't possible. So the question is, the cartridge that came out, the cartridge is when they got the thing. Have you got that?
No. So we have to send that. We don't analyze that stuff. We collect it, but then we send it to lab.
But it was collected. You have
it will be.
Right. That's all I'm saying. Is that to me, I'm wondering, what was that? What was in that? The measure, I don't know anything about that. What are they? What ballistics? How can they measure what was in that?
Mm-hmm.
How much of it?
And that'll all be done at the lab.
Yeah, I don't know. All I knew was the gun went off. She hit the floor. He hit the floor. He started screaming.
Like that.
What a beast!
He's in a lot of pain. She went into shock. She didn't talk.
Right.
Her eyes are rolling back in her head, and blah blah blah, and bad. And everybody starts getting really, and then they start doing CPR, and everybody gets really panicky. And then people start wondering, what did something we assumed, because the wadding can burn you. There's material that can come out under that, very rarely, that could burn you. But remember, that often doesn't happen because there's always a cold gun on the rehearsal. By the time you leave, if the wadding comes out and it hits somebody, they're 20 feet away from you in a gunfight.
Right, you're giving it to wadding in your head. You're saying wadding, but they're not supposed to be nothing in this hammer right now. It's a rehearsal. You're not gonna blow that shit until it's time to blow that shit on camera. Yeah, we'll share that shit.
Crew is away. We're not shooting anybody near the crew. And my point is that when she went down, I thought, what was stuck? We all said the same thing. What was stuck in the barrel? Was something left? They didn't clean the barrel, which they always do, always. And was there a rock or something that went through her body? I didn't know about the passing through her body. I know she was hit. I didn't know where, and I don't know to what extent. But we all presumed, as we're sitting outside bullshitting for the last 2 hours while this went on, the aftermath, we assumed something was lodged in the barrel, was a projectile that went into her body. Now, when you tell me that's what came out of Joel's shoulder, that's a faulty round, which I've never heard of that before.
Okay.
Never. I've never heard of a theatrical flash round that was loaded into a gun that had a projectile that misfired, and that projectile came out that was a lethal round. Normally, if you're going to have a round that has this on it, it's the material that disintegrates when you fire the gun. Because if you take a flash round with gunpowder in it, whether it's a quarter, half, or full load, and you put a real bullet on, that's called a bullet.
It's called a bullet. Now, is she saying that there was a bullet that came out? He said when he looked at it, that's a bullet. She said yes. Now she's saying, or he's saying that she's saying it came out of a dummy round, out of a theatrical round. Shit don't make sense.
That's not a movie bullet. That's a bullet.
It's not a movie bullet. It's a bullet.
How did that happen?
How did that happen?
I mean, I'm the person that fired the gun. I'm dying to find out how that happened. How did that bullet that caused it end up in her kit?
And again,
now he can easily be acting, right? Putting it off of him, putting it on her. That's a possibility. I don't know that to be true. I need to hear the rest of it. But it's a bad precedent to set, man, when it's not my job to be checking shit. But now you will. And guess what? It's still not the actor's job. Now it's their moral responsibility. You know what I'm saying? But it's the prop master's job to make sure he's handing you a prop and not a real lethal weapon.
I'm not going to know if it was manufacturer issues or someone did bring a live round until it's been tested and we look at the whole casing and projectile of it. So is there anybody on set that you would think want to cause a disturbance in the filming or have any issues with anybody on set, minus what happened, if you don't think...
No, in the movie business, there are always some whiny people.
Okay.
But not so much so that they want to shoot somebody.
So nothing...
I've never heard of anything like this in my lifetime, ever. I've made 75 movies.
So in the past couple of weeks that you've been on set, there's nobody really...
There's no one I would imagine would be capable of doing something like this.
Nothing that out of the ordinary.
But again, I think it's a critical point to me, which is, if this is a flash round, if there's a flash round, and you have a piece here, this piece has to be a certain type, in other words, if you wanted, I've told you before, if you want the shot to go off, and see that the cylinder cosmetically has a round in there, this is not the thing that was in Joel's shoulder.
But, and then I want to come back to this. You said that when the gun went...
See, he's telling them this is not the thing that was in his shoulder, the thing that you showed me, and you see what they did? They walked right past it.
Off, you experienced no pain.
They still ain't telling him what type of caliber the shell said.
Yeah, there was no recoil.
They sound like they don't want to have
went
that
off. And then I want to come back to this. You said that when the gun went off, you experienced no kick.
Yeah, there was no recoil. There was no recoil, that I remember.
K. Dina's just subscribed on YouTube.
I'm holding the gun.
Shut out.
And let me slowly pull, turn, cock, bang. And as soon as I cock it, bang! And I jump. I mean, you obviously, that's the last thing you think is going to happen. Mm-hmm. Everything has been done. Every breath we take is to obviate that possibility.
Shout out to the new subscriber, Cadenas. Appreciate you. Salutes. Thank you for being here.
And the gun went off. And as soon as I cocked it, bang! And I jumped. I mean, you obviously, that's the last thing you think is going to happen. Mm-hmm. Everything has been done. Every breath we take is to obviate that possibility. And the gun went off, and all I can think of, as I keep saying, is that I've never heard of a flash round that had a bullet on top.
Right.
That had a projectile similar to what came out of Joel's shoulder.
He said it. You put a bullet on top. You put a projectile on top. It makes it a bullet. Salutes. Right? Salutes Cadenas on the subscription. Analia says, "Sup, Shy? You do lives at this time? Not usually, but YouTube pissed me off today, so we went live. Salutes." All right? We covering Alec Baldwin right here. We seeing if he's bullshitting or not.
I've never heard of that in my life. Ever. Never. Flash rounds normally have the crimping. If there's a head on there, it's made of a special material. And in this scene, you were to look down the barrel of the gun and shoot.
I got a question for you. For the folks at home who don't know about campus yet, tell them
you have to ask them that, by the way. You have to ask, well, both of them are in the hospital now. But was it their intention? Because when I was given the gun, I'm assuming it's a cold gun with nothing in it.
Both of them are in the hospital now.
It's made of a special material.
He don't know she passed away.
And in this scene, you were to look down the barrel of the gun and shoot. You have to ask them that, by the way. You have to ask, well, both of them are in the hospital now. But was it their intention? Because when I was given the gun, I'm assuming it's a cold gun with nothing in it. When it goes to time to shoot, are they going to see in the barrel that there's a gun there? Very often what they'll do is they'll have you put the cosmetic round in, I'll draw the gun up, I'll aim it, they cut. And cinematically they'll cut to the other guy going like this. Then they'll cut back to me with the flash round with no projectile. But all I'm saying to you is a theatrical round, a flash round with a bullet head. I've never heard of that in my life ever. Never. Because that's a bullet. Less of a charge, but that's a bullet. I don't know what to say. I've never heard of this in my life.
What's your date of birth, Alec?
April 3rd, 1958.
Do we have, is there someone that we can contact if we have other questions for you?
My assistant's name is Jonah.
I think they're done.
It's a very complicated. The 8-year-old.
Oh,
she was so excited. Wow.
Right.
And then
I think his was a shoulder.
I doubt he'll be back to work. The question is, Joel's not going to go back to work for a while. And now the question is, the 8-year-old. She was so excited to go. My daughter. And on Saturday, my daughter was going to be in the movie. They had a little part for my daughter. The 8-year-old. She was so excited to go. And now the question is, Joel's not going to go back to work for a while.
He's thinking they're gonna make it through this. This lady's not gonna die.
I doubt he'll be back to work in a week or two. At that, who knows what they're going to do? They're going to get the shit suit out of them.
I think his was a shoulder. He might, I don't know. It's up to him how he feels and stuff on.
But I'm sure that there are so many insurance issues for them.
There's going to probably be a halt.
They're in a lot of trouble, insurance-wise and civil action-wise. All I'm saying is I told them I would stay here tomorrow. My family's not going to come now.
Okay.
I begged them to come in. My wife wants to cancel the trip. She thinks it's just a weird energy. I told the producers
and
that
he's gone back to his own shit, his own world. We might look at it and say it's selfish. She's like, oh, my daughter's going to be on the movie. He's not thinking that this lady's life is gone yet.
Would stay tomorrow in case anybody else, their insurance investigators, anybody, their lawyers wanted to talk to me. I'll make myself. And then Saturday, I was going to fly home to New York. I just wait for them to tell me what to do. Did you need me to stay here beyond Saturday? I will do whatever you tell me to do.
Okay, so I think what we need to do, we're going to go and process the scene. If there's anything else that comes up and that we need to contact you, you said you'll be here till Saturday? Or you want to fly?
Oh, no, as of now, I'm going to stay tomorrow to make myself available to the insurance investigators and their the production's attorneys. Yeah. To make myself available. They've told me they're not sure they need to talk to me. I'm going to stay tomorrow and get on a plane Saturday to go home. And God knows when we're going to come back. It might be months.
Okay.
So we can contact you.
Yeah. As long as we have this number, he's not going to change it.
What I'm trying to say is that I'm going to leave on Saturday unless you tell me not to.
You're okay.
If you tell me to come back in, I'm going to do whatever you tell me to do. But my wife wanted me to come home.
Yeah. So as long as we have a way of contacting you is what we need to do to get a hold of you. Okay. But I think you. Unless tomorrow you hear something different from us, because right now we're going to go. We'll interview
talk again tomorrow. I'll come here right away.
Okay. Yeah.
Tell me what you want.
What's your work cell?
We're not best friends, and you go bowling together and go to the movies together now.
Yeah. I put her name on the back of that one. Yeah. Let me.
A Nigerian prince wants to send you 40 million. Yes! Jackpot! So what are you supposed to be?
He doesn't know. Analia said the detective got the Duffy. What's the Duffy, Analia? Fill me in. I'm lost on the Duffy.
My desk phone has issues, so I use my work cell phone all the time.
I don't have to do otherwise.
Interviews to do. We got at the lab. So our investigations
Me
go on.
remotely.
If it comes to it,
Just tell me
we
what
will
to do.
figure it out at that point. But she didn't make it.
Ain't shit popping.
Sorry.
Oh, she didn't make it. They told
Tell
her.
you? Okay. Or better listen to your wife and go home.
Okay, are we ready for, I do have some very unfortunate news to tell you.
What?
She didn't make it. Yeah. So Joel's still at the hospital, but the other person involved didn't make it. Sorry. I just didn't want you to hear it outside of here. Is there something we could do for you?
He realized he got a body.
What? Jonah, the one back there? Yeah, okay. Would you want Jonah in here with you? You wanna, what do you wanna do? Do you
Riley
wanna
said I'm catching the replay. Are we live? Yes, sir, we are live.
You can get.
We should go.
Are you guys needing a ride? Or are you comfortable?
I think they've got their baby.
Are you comfortable driving though?
I want to go call my wife.
Of course, we could even give you privacy.
No, we're going to go.
Okay.
I have
Yeah.
videos, we're going to go.
No, that's fine. Can I get you more water or anything?
Do you want us to give you guys a few minutes in here?
I want to go call my wife.
And if I recall correctly, he said he want to go call my wife, and that's when we saw the famous photo of him on the phone in tears, crying. Yeah, man, I didn't see nothing that makes me feel like he was being inauthentic or bullshitting or none of that shit. Yes, he's an actor, but so am I, and I'm. That shit is not. I don't know. In the words of J-Rock, if I could pretend, I wouldn't feel right. You know what I'm saying? Like. All right, let's read the article, today's article. See if we can catch this video right here, too. Alec. Salutes to y'all. Hundreds up in the chat for y'all. I appreciate y'all hanging out. Salutes, Jonathan. Jonathan's back. Welcome back, sir. Hundreds up in the chat for y'all. What's up? We're gonna give away 5 more. We're gonna give away 5 more. 5 more memberships. All right, here we go. Y'all ready? Hopefully, for those that weren't here earlier, we were giving away 5 memberships. We were hoping that it went to some of the guys that stay in the chat, that are active in the chat on a regular basis, and we got that. So salutes to the first 5. Let's see if these next 5 is just as live. All right, here we go again, and gift 5 now. Wow, who did we get? Ralph Morales. All right, Ivan Livas. He's regularly around. Salutes to Pebs. Pebs got one. 323G is a usual suspect. And Louis Cushane. All right, boom. We did good right there. All right, I'm happy for 323G. I'm happy for Pebs. Ivan Livas. These people are here on a regular basis. Salutes to them. And salutes to the other ones. All right, hopefully y'all check it out. The more members we got, the more members lives I'll do. Salutes. Let's get it. Appreciate all the new members. All right, salutes to Young Jizzle, new member in the building. All right, Pebs came up. It's only right. I got one from her chat. Salutes. All right. Let's get it. Alec Baldwin trial. Let's see. We could go through the trial. Not today, but we can go through the trial if y'all want to do that. We know the outcome already, so, who knows. Boom. Celebratory. Salutes to the usual suspects. Showing love per usual. Right? What's the consensus? Jonathan's asking the consensus. What do y'all think? Should I put up a poll? Let's see. Though he's already been acquitted, we're still gonna put up a poll. Is Alec Baldwin guilty? Not guilty? And I'll add an option. Hannah did this ish. Right. The poll is up. Salutes. Only one way out now. Pocos pero locos, homie. Salutes. All right, boom. Maybe I watch the trial on my own and just edit a video with all the best shit. But let's see. Let's get a news coverage of this.
New CoverGirl Iron.
Boom. Congratulations, gang. Indeed. Hopefully next month we'll see more of our own getting their VL Placazos around here.
Enhancer 3D Mascara. Up and out volume effect. Curl, lift, fan. No lash curler needed. 3D lashes from every angle. From CoverGirl.
We do have some breaking news now. We have just learned that the case against Alec Baldwin has been dismissed. Let's just go right away to ABC News' Jacqueline Lee, who's live outside the courthouse there in Santa Fe, along with our ABC News legal contributor and trial attorney Brian Bruckmeyer. Jacqueline, tell us about this really stunning development at court there today.
That's right, Elizabeth. This has been a day full of twists and turns, but ultimately just a few minutes ago, the judge decided to dismiss the case with prejudice, saying the state withheld evidence. Now, all of this centered around...
Shout out Rilo. Rilo said, I can't see the poll. Oh, because that poll is in the horizontal view of this video. But should I put it over here? You know what? I'll put it over here, too. Hold on. We're going to put it on both sides. Let's get it. Is Alec Baldwin guilty? Not guilty? Or Hannah did that ish? And I'll start the poll over there too. Boom. Let's get it. Jonathan, Hannah, may I have a quick breakdown on Hannah? We don't know much about her, and we don't know much about what happened after the case. We're going to see. Maybe tomorrow we'll look into Hannah and see what her involvement in all this. I say Hannah did this ish because Hannah was the prop master. At the end of the day, she was the last line of defense between the cast and crew with that weapon. You know? Not guilty. Hannah effed up. Salutes. All right, so we got the poll up on both sides. Let's get it.
This box of twists and turns, but ultimately just a few minutes ago, the judge decided to dismiss the case with prejudice, saying the state withheld evidence. Now, all of this centered around this box of ammunition. And
wait a minute, what? So it got thrown out on some state misconduct? Hannah is the one who loaded the blanks and shouldn't have loaded nothing. Hannah tweaked. But this case got thrown out because the state did some bullshit? That's crazy.
Do actually just a few minutes ago, the judge decided to dismiss the case with prejudice, saying the state withheld evidence. Now, all of this centered around this box of ammunition, and I do actually, just to add some color to this, the second the judge ruled that this case was dismissed, you saw Alec Baldwin burst into tears. He started hugging his defense team. His wife behind him was sobbing. They started hugging, so you can only imagine the amount of relief that he is feeling. Now, again, this all centered around a box of ammunition that was turned in to law enforcement after the film's armorer, Hannah Gutierrez, was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter. Now, what happened was, when that box of ammunition was turned in, it was not filed with the rest of the evidence from Rust. So before trial, when the defense demanded every single piece of evidence be turned over so they themselves could do their own investigation, the state did not turn over that ammunition. The state's argument was that this ammunition was not relevant to the case. They say it came from a man who was friends with Gutierrez's father, so he had ulterior motives. And also they say that the ammunition did not even match from the set of Rust. Now, after the judge dismissed the jury for the day, we heard from multiple witnesses. We heard from testimony from the prop firearm supplier, from the main investigator, and the special investigator herself. She called herself as a witness to the stand to try to make her case as to why she did not turn over that ammunition. And then during that testimony, it comes out that the other prosecutor, Erlinda Johnson, resigned today during a break because she did not believe this motions hearing should have been public. So, Elizabeth, I mean, just every twist and turn today from this case.
Yeah, really surprising change of events here. And Brian, you predicted this just on our air in the last hour. Talk about exactly why we got this dismissal. What was the revelation that kind of led to this turn of events?
Crash Out, you said sounds fishy to you, but it sounds fishy to me too, but probably on the opposite end. You know what I'm saying? Because now let's take this into consideration. We like taking into consideration how rich people would do this, or actors would do this or that, right? But what does a prosecution team, do when they want to catch the big fish? Are they pulling strings and making strategic moves, like not allowing everything into evidence that should be seen that can defend him, making their own decisions about it, and then not taking accountability, one recusing herself from the case and the other one taking the stand trying to plead her shit? It can be fishy the other way too.
Events.
So now that's just assuming that we had opposing, but that's just, devil's advocate shit.
It all just devolved. And at first I was talking to Keira Phillips and even...
Why would the court hide evidence? Why do lawyers ever hide evidence? Because it might clear up the person that they're trying to crush. You know what I'm saying?
Phil Lipoff and just saying, hey, this seems bad, but maybe just a slap on the wrist. But as it continued, it was like a train wreck that just kept getting worse and worse and worse. Even with the special prosecutor taking the stand and believing she could talk her way out of it, she admitted that this was Brady. She admitted that she knew about the reports. And even in the first...
Nothing is coming out of that gun except them gases and the wadding and shit like that.
Trial that admitted that stand and believing she could talk her way out of it. She admitted that this was Brady. She admitted that she knew about the reports. And even in the first trial, that of Hannah Gutierrez, that certain issues didn't come up and that should have alerted her. But this dismissal, and let me be very clear, a dismissal with prejudice means that the prosecution can't bring back this case. It's done. It's over. Alec Baldwin is the equivalent of not guilty.
Never happened to you or anyone you know, but it's happening right now to Young Thug, right? Why is the judge having secret meetings with Woody and the prosecution? That happened. We can't deny that didn't happen. People went to jail or people were brought up on charges over that, and there's a big stink over it, and that case might get thrown out because of it, because it's a possibility and it happens. they cover up their old boy ass. He wasn't going to jail for shit. I don't think he had to go to jail. I don't think it was his responsibility to make sure there was no bullet in that gun. There wasn't, as far as he's concerned, there's not supposed to be a bullet on the block. Period. But we want to put that on him. Because fuck him. All right. Start drinking on that agua loca. Crash out now. This sounds like the money was involved to hide evidence along with pulling strings on the other side. But y'all got to understand something. They were hiding evidence that would clear him, supposedly. You know what I'm saying? They weren't hiding evidence that would, they were hiding evidence. They weren't hiding evidence that would damn him. They were hiding evidence that would clear him. Big Blanc said it happens. Crooks. To book them, not to let them go. The state doesn't want to lose, so they do shady things. Exactly. Not all the time, but it happens. That's what I'm saying. Nothing happens all the time. It should get thrown out. It did get thrown out. The state didn't want the trial to go public, and again, I'm gonna look deeper into this because I want to see the ins and outs of this. I want to know what's going on here. Facts, thank you. I don't know the context. Ryder said, no, I feel you. He wasn't guilty of shit. I mean, I want to understand this whole Hannah shit. What's her argument in the deal? And what are people saying about it? And how would these bullets clear him?
As if the jury had decided.
Which I don't think he should have been charged to begin with. I never thought from the beginning of this, I said, how are they? Yeah, because he pulled the trigger. Of course he pulled the trigger. He's contracted to pull the trigger. She's contracted to make sure she gives him a cold gun. You know what I'm saying? Salud, Zoraida.
The prosecution hasn't proved their case. The violation of discovery. And
again, if I'm wrong, Zoraida, about that, I will clear that up. But right now, my understanding is, they were hiding evidence that could have cleared him.
The violation of Alec Baldwin's constitutional rights.
And they're calling it a Brady offense. All right, let's look up the Brady offense. He said even the prosecutor that took the stand in her own defense, he said thinking that she could, defend herself, she admitted that it was a Brady offense. Brady violation. Brady violation occurs when a prosecutor fails to provide a defendant or criminal defense attorney with any favorable or helpful evidence to a defendant's case. So that's exactly what it is. They're calling it a Brady violation. That's why that violation exists. Because it happens. That shit it might not happen to us, but that shit wouldn't exist if it doesn't happen.
Were so bad. The prosecution fumbled the ball so bad that the judge thought that the only remedy was to throw out the case. Partially, and mostly, I would say, actually, because the evidence as to the bullet, the investigation, and even when the judge looked at the picture, said, yeah, this doesn't look like any other live round, but this looks like some of the dummy rounds that were found on the set. And that, I think, was a major component, but also the fact that the prosecution just didn't turn this over. This is information that should be turned over. And I think that's why we led here, that's how we got here, to this dismissal.
Wow, and we're looking on our screen there. There is video of Alec Baldwin emotional in court, as Jacqueline described, hearing this news, sobbing, breaking into tears, and then hugging his legal team as he hears that this case will be dismissed with prejudice.
All right. Since Crashaw got jokes, so Brady must be his cousin. We're going to get the definition of the Brady. Who was Brady? Who is Brady who is the Brady violation named after? Brady versus Maryland. The Brady rule, named after Brady versus Maryland, requires prosecutors to disclose material, exculpatory information in the government's possession to the defense. All right? Brady versus Maryland. So definitely not his primo. Hope Thug gets over the misconduct. Yeah, they're trying to do Thug dirty. I believe Hannah Gutierrez is a guilty misdemeanor negligent homicide because she was negligent. My question is, at what point is it criminal if a bullet was never supposed to be in the area? You know what I'm saying? Let alone on the set. But I want to dig into this story deeper. Some people might not care about it. I want to dig in deeper. I want to know Hannah's side of the story. I want to know where the confusion supposedly is. Brady, you have to have all evidence turned over to the defense before trial. There it is. And they didn't do that.
And as Brian, you point out, that means that it will not be tried again. So does this mean that Alec...
So if he is an innocent man, they put him through hell for nothing. Wasn't even his fault.
Baldwin is basically in the clear, that he cannot face additional charges, Brian?
I wouldn't even say basically. He's in the clear. It's dismissal with prejudice is almost the same, if not exactly the same, as if a jury of his peers said not guilty. It's done. The prosecution can't do anything about this. If there's any current or future prosecutors, this is a great example of what not to do when handling a case. Turn over evidence. Whether or not you think it is relevant, turn it over, because that's not the standard in this country. And clearly the judge agreed.
Wow. And Jacqueline, we had been deep into this trial at this point. Get us to how we got here today. How did this news of this evidence that was withheld come out? How was this revealed?
So, that's the interesting part about this, is because you have to remember, Hannah Gutierrez had her trial before this, and that's basically the blueprint that Baldwin's attorneys were able to watch. Now, this is actually what the prosecutors were arguing earlier today, is they were saying that they argued the defense knew about the box of ammunition the whole time because it was in a piece of discovery, but the argument at hand was that the ammunition was not physically handed over. So, to be honest, that was actually some of the questions that were asked today. It was, well, did you hear it from Hannah Gutierrez's attorney? Like, how exactly did you know about this anyway? Which is why the state was trying to argue you had this piece of information since last year. This is not new. But I think regardless, this really kind of points to the fact that you have to look at Baldwin's team. They were trying to poke as many holes as possible into this investigation. We saw this when they cross-examined the crime scene tech, Marissa Popple, and they pointed out things like, you didn't examine every single piece of ammunition on that set. Is it possible that live rounds, that there could have been more than 6 live rounds that you discovered? And she said yes. And so ultimately what the defense was trying to do was point the blame at the gun safety person, the armorer, Hannah Gutierrez. And if you'll notice, there's a lot of commotion behind me. At any moment, we are expecting Alec Baldwin and his team to come out. It is entirely possible there could be a press conference, but we're not sure just yet, Elizabeth.
And we know, Jacqueline, you will keep us posted. We will be sure to come back to you with any of those developments. Brian, Jacqueline, thank you. Again, breaking news here. Alec Baldwin's trial has been dismissed with prejudice. This was his trial where he was facing involuntary manslaughter charges over the shooting on the set of the movie Rust. We will bring you any other developments in this breaking story.
Involuntary manslaughter. And here's the thing, like, I kind of wish this shit would have gone through the whole process and really make the precedent that, the prop master needs to be responsible. That is the person that is there to make sure that there's a safety situation going on with these guns. We're shooting John Wick movies. John Wick shoots 1 billion rounds. 1 million squibs go off every movie. Like, this shit has to be in order and right. And the actor who's in a mind state of acting is not supposed to be sitting there doing everybody else's fucking job. Period. And that's my opinion. Shout out Crash Out. Crash Out, she was saying my bad because we was talking about the evidence, how she was like she might think it's looking funny now, but I explained to y'all that the evidence could have helped him, so they was trying to hold his shit down. He did get put through hell. It sounds like it's straight from power. It's crazy that this is real and someone unfortunately passed away. Absolutely. Brady Claus was used in power and exculpatory evidence. Yeah, I want to look more. I want to look into her trial. I kind of want to check out her trial. So maybe we'll check out her trial and in the near future. Salutes to y'all. We've been kicking it. Let's see what the polls is looking like. All right. Get your votes in before we close the polls. All right. Let me see if these numbers match up. Different numbers. Make sure y'all get y'all votes in, y'all. So far, we got on the horizontal live stream, we got 11% say 11% say guilty, 56% says not guilty, and 33% says Hannah did that ish. Right? And on the vertical side, we got 40% guilty, 40% not guilty, 20% Hannah did that ish. So we kind of tied up over there. So get your votes in before I close those polls. I'm going to start going through the chat. Give everybody a holler. We just had 40 people. Please hit the like button. We did. We had 40 people in the vertical chat. We got 10 likes over there. It's despicable. Jonathan said he's down for a paperwork party. Yeah, we might have to get into Hannah's case. I need to know how Hannah defended herself against this shit, though she was convicted. So, Crash Out says somebody got a body bag, somebody got a bag of money, and I wonder how much insurance money was in talk after the situation, because Baldwin said there was insurance going to be involved after this. On a movie set, there's always going to be insurance involved. Not only that, we're going to look into the promotion supposedly that the husband got, because I believe he got a promotion, something that had to do with this. Some kind of settlement they came to, probably, I feel like, with the production company. So we'll get into that. We'll get into that. At the end of the day, I believe now actors got to protect themselves from this, but I believe, people got to do their fucking job. Eddie Jimenez said, hope we do look into the Hannah trial. I also read she was known for using that yayo. See, she sound like a fuck up, all right? Crash Out, I want you to be as hard on her as you were on Mr. Alec Baldwin, all right? You got to be as hard on her as you were on him. Because I think she's just a fuck up. She tweaked. All right, man, let me go up to the top of the chat over here. Who was here early? Shout out Eddie Jimenez. He was in the building early. Shout out Vernon Himes. Jonathan Pantoja, I appreciate you, sir. Shout out Crash Out. I remember, because I can't go all the way up in the chat. I remember Analia was in here. Salutes to Analia. Salutes to Pebs. Salutes to all the new members. Salutes to Young Jizzle for becoming a member. I appreciate you, sir. What else? Let's see who else we have. Shout out Raven. I appreciate you for hanging out with us tonight. Ivan, salutes to you. I believe Yael was in here earlier. Shout out to Yael. Shout out Big Blanc. I appreciate you, sir. Zoraida, always a pleasure. Let's see. Absolutely. Salutes Crash Out. Appreciate you. IB, salutes to you for coming through. I believe I said Vernon Himes. He was in here earlier. I'm going down this chat. Hold on. Let me make this. Oh, shit. There we go. Blonde Crash Out. Shout out Rilo for coming through. I appreciate you, sir. Let's see. Again, salutes Pebs, Analia. Congratulations to Ralph Morales, Ivan Levi's, Pebs, 323G, 298 Sosa. Salutes to all of y'all. Appreciation to Jonathan for $5 super chat, power chat. Thank you, sir. Just scrolling, y'all. Just scrolling on this side over here. I made it to the bottom. Like now, though, because I'm a night owl. Salutes. Crash Out to the guilty verdict. Let us find out what the numbers looking like. What the numbers from this live? What are you talking about? Rado said, yeah, man, it was big news when it happened. I think he got $1 million right off of it for insurance, and he definitely going to sue. I mean, he has the right to. Yeah, the husband, right? Yeah, I'm going to look into that. We're going to get into this story a little deeper. Big Blanc got to get to sleep. Salutes to you. Thank you for hanging out, sir. Good night. Salutes to all the members. All right, let me get to the other side. Salutes, Young Jizzle, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you very much. Let me get over here and see who's on this side today. On this side, we had the homie Ivan was on this side as well. Shout out Chucky Chingong. Shout out Adrian Torres. Jessica Chavez, I appreciate you. Salutes to Chris Briviescas. Salutes, Chris. Chris was in here for a bit. Young Jizzle was on this side too. Salutes to you, Young Jizzle. Jessica Chavez, Luis Garcia. I appreciate y'all, man. Young Jizzle donated $10 through Super Chat. Salutes to you, sir. I appreciate you. All right, y'all. We're going to go out the same way we came in. I appreciate you guys. Again, this was an impromptu live. Y'all kept me up here. I salute y'all for it. We did 4.5 hours. I respect y'all. Salutes to y'all. We hung out. We had conversation. We got to the reaction. I'm going to try to spend the rest of the weekend editing, and I will be back. All right, salutes. I'm going to keep uploading vertical videos. If y'all run by them, if you can, please go hit the like button on those. Take a refresher course and watch one of them if you can, 2 of them if you can. If you guys can watch 2 to 3 videos per session that you come on my channel, I think the algorithm will pay us back in full, tenfold. You know what I mean? I appreciate y'all. Salutes, Young Jizzle. Say good night. Salutes to the El Cartel. Salutes. What's Jizzle drinking? Yeah, he back at the crib. He can drink whatever he want now. It's that being in the street shit that's dangerous. Hold on. Hold the phone right here. All right. Agua Loca. Insurance money in total. Have a great weekend. I'll tell you who didn't make no money. Alec Baldwin didn't make no money. I'm sure it cost him an arm and a leg, though. Have a great weekend, y'all. Salutes. Again, I'll be putting out these vertical videos. They're doing good. They're helping the channel grow. They're getting a whole new audience that hasn't seen our Flores Twins videos. Are getting to see them now. So if you guys see those blue-colored videos pop up, jump up in there, hit that like button, man. Give it a watch if you want to. Those are the vertical versions. They're getting some views right now. Salutes. Again, we're going to go out the same way we came in.
What you think you know.
Hold on a sec. We covered Fat Joe stealing rhymes. That would be a despicable thing if it's true. And you know what? I might do that. Jonathan, I was going to do that yesterday on the what's it called? And I'm under 5 hours, so I will be able to cut it out. The problem is we'll lose the chat. Give me a sec. So that I said, buenas noches, everyone. Got to catch some Z's. Have to watch my kid play ball tomorrow. Good luck to him. Break a leg. Everyone get some rest. Glad I was able to catch it all. Thanks, Shy. Salutes to you, Zorada. I appreciate you. Salutes to the chat. Boom. Let me see. Shy, I'm going to 7-Eleven tomorrow to transfer the money. Going to 7-Eleven tomorrow to transfer the money for beer. Salutes. We're about to go out like we came in. Absolutely. No, yeah, we're going to switch it up. We're going to do hometown. Why not? I'm going to play the video, too. Have a good day tomorrow, Zoraida. Crash out. Play the song you made with Pun Sun, Shy. We're going to make them pay. Salutes. Yeah, I'm going to do both of those. I'm going to play the song with Pun Sun, and I'm going to play Hometown. So give me 1 sec. Let me set that up real quick. And hopefully I don't get clapped for either one of them. Hopefully they'll just mute them at the end of the live. They got a new feature where they just mute the music. So salutes to that. Let me see. Where is it? Is it here? Okay, that one's here. That one's here. And then maybe next time I'll play the joint I got with Coogee Rap. All right, so let me get this here. Hold on. Okay, we're gonna do this one here. We're gonna do hometown first with the video. I gotta get the video popping. All right, we're gonna do hometown first. All right, this is Shael with a fat face, no beard, very slim Puerto Rican beard and long braids. All right, it was a different time. Ace Mac, and did this along with my brother Ace Mac. It's a classic joint in the city.
Wish you had.
And we're going to go out with that. I'll probably get clapped for it later, but whatever. Boom. Here we go. Jonathan, much love and respect, though. Thank you guys. Good night. Have a great night, my people. Salute Shael for another great live. Full quality content. Salutes to you, sir. Buenas noches, Zoraida. All right, y'all. Here we go. Y'all have a great fucking night. Salutes. Appreciate y'all coming through. Y'all don't never show up to the Discord after parties. I be in there by myself. Salutes.
Concrete under my feet. My city heartbeat deep. In the slums, wish that I could block the clouds with the sun, but the clouds block the sun when the windstorm come. Big shoulders, strong lungs, so cold when it snows some. Baptized in fire, so we fire. Who wants some? Love and hate at the same time, describe where I'm from. Rise and shine to the skyline, not knowing the outcome. If you'll make it home breathing or be finally outdone. Killers come to die here, the murder cap resides here. Seems we gon' win again. This city crying dry tears. The people that I've met here, the love that I get here, the hate that motivated me to earn all my respect here. I never left, all due respect, I am a legend, yes. And I am blessed to represent my hood as heaven sent. Standing in the struggle where I always stood. The test was torture, the grades was good in my hometown. Chicago, sorry for the potholes. Sorry that I'm out here grinding, but it's not so sweet. And lately I've been doing my thing, sweating like a motherfucker, moving my pain. And maybe I should sleep, but baby I don't sleep. I do it for my seed, plus I owe it to the streets. I'ma keep on thugging, I'ma do it my way. Keep on busting and the sea gon' love me. And it shows that we won't take shit, and it shows that we gon' rape this, and it shows that we united together. We might just make it, I promise it, cause it's paid for. That mama don't gotta wait no more teaching me how to dream, cause my dreams have become my faith. My faith has become my destiny. Destiny gave me grace, I've given it every breath of me. What more can I say? Before I go I'ma stay, before I slow I'ma blaze past. Ace Mac, you faggots ain't 30, you fake.
1 second. Let me go back one time. A little bit. Rest in peace, Rope 30. Oh, hold on. I gotta stop the poll too. Hold on. Let me end the polls. There we go. Polls are ended. All right. The polls are ended. And I don't get to see the results right here. Y'all get to see the results. But I think he was not guilty. That's what I think happened. Salute.
Exclusive.
I be some preaching on CDs, easily creep on these MCs and put their speech in the feces. EBT teach me how to eat these fiends, give me heebie-jeebies. Last of my species, act my sleeks, you still would never defeat me. It's like, you can never walk in my shoes. Even if you stuck your feet inside, you wouldn't know how to move. Your knees will crumble, rumble, stumble when your toes will be glued. Got the world inside my souls and the weight in my grooves. It's just, I just don't know how to lose. I'm like wrongfully accused, I just got something to prove. Starving off in empty fridges, just want something to chew. I'm killing rappers cause I'm bored, I just want something to do. Now I'm undefeated and underrated, so fuck your placement and fuck your faces. Like that was a legend, this son's amazing. No guns and blazing, just punches that thunder dated and punchlines that God took an 8th day honing and fucking made it this year. Chris is here. I'm out here like a fucking farmer, steady chasing that green. Ironically, I'm losing sleep cause I be chasing my dreams. I let my foes know to bow down when facing a king. It's Rivers. I'm here for more than just rapping. Through all of the shit that's happened, my city continue clapping. Busting off with them ratchets, the Nina, the Bird, the Gatlin. These bullets are overacting and chaining up the reaction. I've been there and done it, I've been 100. From broke as a bitch to hitting a lick and flipping 100. Anybody can get it at this moment, it's us. So back the fuck up, bitch, and get hit by the bus. I'm after this next chapter with a bloodthirsty lust. Heard all of your empty words, now we fucking you up. Just in the nick of time, it's mine. Put ourselves in this position, now our shadows will shine. A willing heart with a radical mind. All the intangibles entangled in the web that help us travel through time. To some place out in space we can actually find some air, water to spare and hope for all humankind. This shit's Greek when it gets deep, no paddling blind. And death coming around that corner, creeping up from behind. Got a grip on the grind, cause I'm here for the climb. Got my shit list together and the pleasure is mine. Yeah. Here come the anchor man, Ron Burgundy. Words are like waterboarding a rookie, try to bomb in my vicinity. Terrorists, stop your blood clot lie. Look at my eyes, you see nothing but bully tactics attacking you simple bastards. Tell them stop, I'm the nigga to watch. Like I'm masturbating a race against time, I'm just beating the clock. So superior, causing massive delirium while I'm lining my pockets with presidential interior. I never play, homie, put your toys in the closet along with them skinny jeans that belong to your little sister. I know some niggas that'll step on any block with a Glock hardened and stone, and for sure they let that Millie rock. Don't get too eager to step inside my arena. I come from a place where niggas will stomp you just out of leisure. But me, I'm simply different, I'm ever so calculated and hungry as fuck. You liable to see me salivate. Coke flow, watching them feed off the lines I'm cutting. Put their face to the table and sniff like it's nothing. Playing the loser, something ass backwards like putting Dutch in your weed. They gon' have to kill me to get me to leave. X.